All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new, thank you guys so much for being here with me today, and thank you, as always, for being patient in the chat. As you know, as I get myself sorted here, had to grab my coffee, and I noticed right off the bat here, Fred Vance once again. Wanting to be my ADHD for the day, as he says, immediately dropping 5 membership gifts before the show even begins. So shout out to you, Fred. As always, man, appreciate that continued support. I do actually want to say before I play a soundbite, though, I don't know if, who was it? Herpy Derps, I think it was him that specifically requested the Joker and Here We Go soundbite. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to use that. I might just have to keep it to gaming mostly because, I don't know, it was giving me some issues, potential copyright stuff going on. And, considering any sound bites that I add, I have to basically ensure that everything will be okay with it because it'll be used so frequently. Before I know it, if something goes wrong, I could see like every one of my streams like demonetized or claimed or something like that. So apologies for that, but on top of that, we have Omen86 returning once again, dropping a membership gift, and actually 3,000. Some legendary community members here right off the bat, dropping some gifts for the community. So we got 11 total gifts already, which is crazy. Thank you guys so much for that.
We're going to heal.
I like using Venom a lot these days because I'm super hyped for Spider-Man 2, and Fred Vance comes back out with another 5, and then Hellbound 1981 follows up Fred Vance. I mean, as soon as I go live, man, you guys are like, we got a membership train on the roll. It's going. 21 members already. See, again, another scenario where I'm glad I put the member goal at 50. I'm glad I started it there because, damn, dude, you guys are nuts. This community is legendary, man. Seriously, next level stuff here. So Hellbound, Fred, Exley, Omen86, all you guys, thank you so much. 21 members gifted immediately. Love to see it, dude. Really can't thank you guys enough. Let me get these sound bites going.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Gotta give you your thank yous. I gotta give you Crazy Arnold. I know you guys like the Crazy Arnold. I am going to work on getting some more sound bites. I was trying to squeeze in that Joker sound bite, but made me a little bit nervous. I'm gonna have to be. I don't know. I'm thinking I might have to stick to mostly gaming stuff, man, because I don't know, with movies and especially you can't use anything music wise. You can't. It's too risky. But movies and TV shows and stuff like that can also be kind of risky as well. So I might just have to stick to gaming sound bites. But yeah, thank you guys so much. We do have some topics to discuss today, but because you guys just immediately start off with a membership train here, I'll just once again let everybody know because, I know it gets a little bit redundant, but, I'm sure mostly everybody understands that we get new people in the stream, in the channel on a weekly basis. So I just want to let people know ways you can support the channel. Simply being here, watching the content, obviously that means a lot. Without it, I mean, what would be the point, right? Hitting that like button. If you want to help with YouTube's algorithm, help spread this channel as well as the streams out to new people out there who may be unaware of it. That's your way of being able to kind of grow the community in a more organic way. Just hit the like button and YouTube's algorithm will pick it up. And if you want to go above and beyond, like many community members here do, to not only support myself and the channel, but the community as well, you can consider becoming a channel member. You get access to exclusive member perks. If you are already a channel member, you can gift memberships, which people love to do here. And it just keeps the community growing, which is awesome to see, as well as support me directly. Or you can do what The Rock just did here by donating a super chat. So if you want to, get involved with the conversation directly, I do try to interact with the chat as much as I can. But, if you want to just really get in there, you can do so with a super chat. Keeps things changing. It keeps the stream evolving, I would say. So a huge shout out to this community again. Can't thank you guys enough for the continued support. July was another incredible month here for the channel. even during I guess you could say, a slower gaming news cycle, like there were definitely some interesting topics all throughout the month of July. But generally speaking, July is usually a quieter month because we're coming off of May and June, and those 2 months are usually when things really heat up in the gaming industry. I'm sure you guys, most of you know this by now. But this community is just so tight-knit, so strong, so supportive that this was by far the single best July this channel has ever seen. And that's, to me, that's very impressive because, again, July is notoriously slow when it comes to gaming news, gaming content, and yet you guys just absolutely, you destroy it, man. You absolutely destroy it. You crush it. So thank you so much. Just figured I would let you guys know about that. So I do notice that there was a message that was retracted here from a member. I apologize, man. I don't know why that message was retracted. I was about to read it, so I'm sure you have your reasons for doing that. And we have a super chat here from Duroc who says, just want to say what's up, catching 30 minutes of this on a lunch break. Super stoked to be here. Well, what's up, Duroc? I'm glad you could be here, man, and it's cool. You know, I know I go live at like 12 p.m. Eastern, and you know, for some people that probably is around the time that they take their lunch break or something. So it is kind of nice that people can catch what they can, right? So I'm glad you're here, Duroc. PS5 beta code incoming. Okay. That should be exciting. Yeah, so I should give you guys a quick rundown of what we're going to talk about today. Unfortunately, you're saying is MBG sounding extra robotic today. Now, when you say robotic, do you mean just the way I'm delivering what I'm saying, or do you mean literally like robotic as in there's some audio issues? You have to let me know. Devil Shooter says, MBG, I'm in the PlayStation Update beta. Got any questions? Cats are coming in. They always want to get, I swear, man, they can never decide where they want to go. Right now, I don't have any questions, Devil Shooter, but that is a topic we're going to be discussing. So when I get to that, I might have some. Wes drops the code in the chat. There is a PlayStation beta code, PS5 firmware beta code in the chat right now from Wes. So good luck. I'm not part of it, but I'm kind of okay not being part of it. Yeah, so really quick, actually, before I dive into the topics here, well, let me update this while we do that. Fix this goal. We're actually at 21 members. So yeah, as you can see, I rearranged the room here a little bit. Again, I have a new kind of display in the back here with my stuff on it. You know, I needed something a little bit bigger, have more stuff I'm going to be displaying at some point. And because of that, I moved the cat tree next to me here. So anytime Boss is chilling in the cat tree, he'll be closer to the camera, which I think you guys will appreciate. But yes, I got Sekiro. This just actually came in today. You guys have spoken. You said, MBG, you have to play Sekiro. So I decided to get a physical copy of the Game of the Year edition. It says it includes bonus content, get some DLC, which is cool. Really surprised how much this still costs. I think I got it from Amazon. It was like $45. $45, which I don't mind. You know, like, again, this is where I love From Software. Want to support them. Was that this? Dude, I just got a whiff of something, man. I'm like freaked out right now. I got a whiff of something real strong. And I was like, yo, what is that? I think it's the game case, dude. Damn. This thing is smells like chemicals. I love that smell. I was like, it smells so familiar. What is that? It's that new game smell. It's really strong with this one. Holy crap. You're saying it's just a box. Dude, it's wow. Okay, that's really, really strong, dude. I know you guys know what I'm talking about. I know you know what I'm talking about. Anybody who just joined the stream, you're like, yo, what is MBG doing? Why is he sniffing a game case? What is happening? What did I walk in on? But yeah, so what I was trying to say is I am going to start this game soon, probably later this week. My goal, and I'm always hesitant to say this stuff because I know people will end up looking forward to it. Just keep in mind the plan could change. But my goal is to actually record myself playing the first hour of Sekiro. First time ever, just the first hour, raw recording. And I want to upload that to my members. I want that to be some members content. I told you guys I want to get more serious about delivering genuinely meaningful content to my members. To not only for those who gift memberships and are members, but for those who continually pay each month to support me and my channel, and to also encourage people who are gifted memberships to consider re-upping it, to give you guys some genuinely meaningful content. I don't know, maybe that's not very meaningful to some people, but it's something that I think is different. It's a completely different flavor of content that you would normally get on the channel. So yeah, that's my goal. I have no idea what to expect. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm pretty nervous. I mean, the things I've heard about this game, I don't know if I'm necessarily a slow learner. Maybe I am. I'm like I don't know, the way I work with games, with just learning anything in general, for a while, like if it's difficult for me, it just won't click, man. I just won't understand what's happening. And then as long as I just stick with it, eventually it just snaps into place. Like I'm not somebody who like kind of just gets better and better and better and better. Like it's not it's not like just a smooth line going up. That's not usually how it is for me. It's usually just rough the whole time, for a long period of time. And then just out of nowhere, boom, like I get it. So I guess what I'm trying to say is if I do end up recording myself playing the first hour or so of Sekiro, be prepared to witness somebody really, really struggling. So I don't know, though. Who knows? Maybe I'll take to it quick. I don't know. It really depends, man. It really depends. But yeah, look forward to that. I was serious about getting this game, and it remains to be seen if I'm going to end up beating it or not. But MBG Sekiro is Bloodborne with a parry. Okay. Well, I did beat Bloodborne. It was a struggle, though. Not going to lie. It was a struggle. So, saying 1 too short. Yeah, I mean, I'm just shooting for an hour when I play it for the first time. If I play it for longer than an hour, then, I'll just record it for as long as it's going to go. You're saying it's easier than Bloodborne? Really? That's very interesting to me because Bloodborne was quite a struggle. That was a tough game for me. Saying you got it as long as you're having fun. Yeah, and we have, sorry, I missed this. Omen86 drops another membership gift. Omen86, another legend in the community here. The MVP of the last stream, Omen86. Big shout out to you, man.
Thank you.
Really appreciate all the continued support from you guys. It's actually 22 members already on the day, so thank you guys so much, man. You say you will definitely need longer than an hour. Yeah, I can imagine myself recording an hour of gameplay and making just zero progress the whole time. New Soul 9. You're saying, MBG, are you going to go back to doing giveaways? Yeah, those all happen on occasion. I guess it's just something that's kind of alluded. Here comes Boss. First Leia came in, now Boss is coming in. That was something that has kind of eluded me. We did do some giveaways. At certain moments on the channel here, yeah, we'll definitely do some giveaways. It's a fun little thing to do, get some digital codes, basically. I know that I think the most amount of giveaways we had in a single stream was during like the PlayStation Showcase. And, on occasion, I'll try to gift memberships myself as well. And that'll be something that continues going forward at certain times. So the thing is, I try to save the giveaways and stuff like that for streams that I know for a fact are going to be not like bigger, but just more people are going to be there to, give everybody the best chance, just kind of build that excitement in a way. But yeah, they will continue. Let me see here. Orange remember for 3 months you're saying, will you play the Gravity Rush remaster that Sony supposedly plans to release alongside the movie in 2024? Great games that Sony has thrown under the bus. You know, I've heard really good things about Gravity Rush. If they do release a remaster, I'll probably give it a try. Yeah, I've heard very good things about that game. And yeah, I don't know. I is that confirmed that they're doing a movie in 2024? I wouldn't be surprised. Speaking of which, before I dive into these topics that I have listed here, I got to say this. Well, I got to take a sip of coffee first. I got to say this. So, still watching Twisted Metal. Number one, Peacock, the streaming service, absolutely sucks. Okay? The one thing I cannot stand that Sony is doing is they are distributing their PlayStation Productions series to all these different streaming services. First it's HBO, which is fine. Now it's Peacock. In the future, it's going to be Netflix and also Amazon. I mean, they're all over the place, man, with it. And I hate that because I've never subscribed to Peacock before. I don't know why there's ads. Like, that to me is perplexing. Like, I'm paying for your subscription service and I'm still getting ads I'm watching a half-hour episode and it's every 10 minutes. I kind of can't believe that. I don't know if I sound entitled or whatnot, but I don't know. I'm used to, if you pay for a sub service, like, you shouldn't have to expect ads. But anyway, putting that aside, like, I was trying to watch Twisted Metal last night. I think I'm on episode 7 now. I think there's 10 episodes. I was trying to watch it last night with my wife, and the streaming service, it's not my internet. I've never had this problem with any other streaming service, with any other show ever. It just kept buffering, and every time it would play, it was playing at like 480p or less than that. Like, it was blurry as hell. You know, streaming's the future, guys. And I was just getting so pissed. I had to like restart my TV. I did everything, and it was like agonizing to just get through 2 episodes. But you know what? The ads played perfectly fine. Anytime there was an ad roll on Peacock, you better believe they were in crisp 4K HDR, uninterrupted, zero buffering. Ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. So as soon as I'm done watching Twisted Metal, I am unsubbing from Peacock unless they bring something out later on that I'm looking forward to. But man, get it together, Peacock. I don't know what's going on. But I gotta say, holy shit, I am blown away by how good Twisted Metal is. And I don't want to oversell it, but I do need you to understand that I went into this show expecting it straight up to not be good. I went into it expecting it to just kind of be cringe and unfunny and just like a drag and being like, damn, this is a mistake. Literal opposite, dude. I am thoroughly and genuinely enjoying this show. I'm laughing. I don't know what it is, man, but they nailed it. They absolutely fucking nailed it. And here's the craziest thing. This Twisted Metal show is so good, it's making me yearn for a Twisted Metal game. This is coming from somebody who has not spent a lot of time with Twisted Metal in the past. And the premise of this show, the characters, there is a good amount of car combat as well. Got to give them a big shout out for that. I was really wondering, how are you going to translate this car combat over the top ridiculousness to a show? And by God, they did it, man. They did it. I don't know how they did it, but they did. And I haven't even finished it. I'm on episode 7, but Sweet Tooth, oh my God, dude. Like, this, I don't know. I guess maybe because I had such low expectations or expected absolutely nothing, I'm just shocked it's this good, man. Like, Anthony Mackie's main character, John Doe, they're actually trying to flesh out the characters. The way that they handle Sweet Tooth, it's very good, man. It's a good show. I'm genuinely entertained, and at this point, I think I'm just so curious to know if the upcoming, there is a Twisted Metal game in development apparently at Sony. It's just not ready to be revealed yet. When they reveal this new Twisted Metal, I'm genuinely wondering, like, are you going to be kind of taking things from the show and putting it into the game, because they absolutely should. It's really good, dude. So again, I don't. Actually, you're saying I have no interest in the Twisted Metal show. According to hardcore fans, it's not faithful to the lore at all. You know, I guess maybe that's where I'm not familiar really at all with Twisted Metal lore. Like, I'm not. I've always just been on the outside, I guess you could say, with Twisted Metal. Like, I understood the concept of the game. I recognize Sweet Tooth. I don't know anything about Sweet Tooth as a character. I don't know the story. I don't know anything like that. And maybe that's actually a good thing, because I don't know, man. Like, this is the only story that I'm aware of when it comes to Twisted Metal, and it's good. Like, actually, I would recommend giving it a shot, man. Like, I don't know. It's well done. That's the thing. Even like if it's not faithful, I can understand why that would annoy some people. Yeah, and actually, that's something I want to see. I'm sure David Jaffe has like reacted to it or given his thoughts on it. Surely he has. You guys are saying he loves it. Yeah, I gotta hear his feedback, man, because I mean, you know, he's the creator of Twisted Metal. If there's anybody who is gonna either give their stamp of approval or disapproval, it's gonna be him. And you guys are saying he loves it. I'll have to check in on that. But I was like, that thought kind of popped in my head when I was watching. I'm like, I wonder what David Jaffe thinks of this. You know, because I think it's really good. You're saying Twisted Metal's doing a lot better than anyone thought it would. That's how I'm feeling about it, man. Where I'm just like, again, I expected a dumpster fire, man, and this is quite the opposite. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not like next level, like this is the greatest shit I've ever watched. It's not like that, but it's like this is genuinely good. It's entertaining. It's funny. It's got that over the top insanity that you would expect from the Twisted Metal universe. And they're actually doing a good job with characterization. Like, it's not, you know, again, this isn't like Last of Us level storytelling or anything like that, but, you know, they make the characters interesting enough and flesh them out enough that I'm like, all right, yeah. And the world, more than anything, like this post-apocalyptic world, you know, these different factions and everything, I'm not going to lie, man. I'm playing this and I'm like, dude, they need to make this game. Like, they need to make a game I mean, like where you're going from like city to city or something, and you're meeting these different factions. It's really good, dude. And I just gotta say, Sweet Tooth's moments. Sweet Tooth, I don't know, man. I don't know what I expected from Sweet Tooth as a character, but his moments in the show are just phenomenal, dude. Like, Will Arnett does the voice. I think Samoa Joe, you know, has he does the physical acting. It's really good. It's really, really good, man. So I highly recommend, if you are somebody who has any interest at all in the Twisted Metal show, give it a shot, you know. And I say this as somebody who cannot stand the Peacock streaming service. Like, I really wish this just came right to like Blu-ray or something, and I would have just bought it. But I recommend it. The last thing I want to say here before moving on to the other topics of the show, you're saying I love that they didn't make Sweet Tooth your typical angry, scary horror clown. Yeah, dude, they gave Sweet Tooth a different type of horror in this show, where he is very silly and ridiculous, and it's kind of funny because he does kind of remind you of a clown a bit, right? Like, he kind of acts that way, but he just has this like level of insane. Like, he's just so volatile. Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's like a part I reached in the show where they just, you know, they did something with his character that I was like, yo, this is not at all what I expected, but I love it and it's working so well. So, he's saying, since I'm so enthusiastic about it, I might check it out. Yeah, again, I recommend. I don't want to like, again, oversell anybody. It's not. You know, it's something that, as long as you go in with low expectations, I think you'll be like, wow, that actually was not that bad. Like, at the least, I think somebody would say that wasn't that bad. At most, I think somebody like myself would say I think that's actually really good. Like, I'm genuinely surprised. I also just want to say, it is a bit, it's more gory than I expected. Like, I don't know. There's just, I'm not saying I expected it to be like PG-13, but it's just they really were like, yeah, we're just gonna make it a, like there's just some crazy shit happening in this universe, and yeah, some weird stuff, dude. There was this one thing that I saw that was so fucking weird, and it literally made me go like, what the fuck am I looking at right now, dude? I cannot even describe what it was because it'd probably demonetize this stream. And it's also just so kind of, it's not like the most fucked up thing, but it's just like, it just caught me off guard because like there's gore in the show and there's some like nasty stuff going on, but there was just like this one scene, they just showed it to you. And I was literally like, what am I looking at right now? Saying sounds twisted. I mean, yeah, dude, it was pretty fucking twisted. Pun intended. So you're saying it's not even the fact that it's not like the game, the writing is so bad. You think so? I don't know, man. I really, again, I think it comes down to what you expect, man. Like, I'm not going into a show like Twisted Metal expecting like top tier writing that's just like, this is, like next level, A+. I'm not. I'm not saying I don't think the writing's that bad. It's not like D tier where it's like, Jesus, this is hard to even listen to. Nothing like that. It has the appropriate amount of cringe, I think. It has the appropriate amount of, just kind of nonsensical ridiculousness. And, it's not perfect. Like, there are definitely times where some characters say some things and there are just some lines where I'm like, yeah, it's okay, but it like, to me, it just works in the universe. I feel like they can get away with a little bit more because of the universe that they have set up here. But it's a good time. Like, I will say this too. I notice as I keep going here, I have more to say. I will say that this is pretty much the antithesis to The Last of Us HBO. Like, Uncharted, the movie, was basically an in-between of had a little bit of comedy, a little bit of seriousness, action, had a bunch of different things going on, and I think generally speaking, it did all of those things decently well. It was a pretty decent movie, not great, maybe good, decent, right? The Last of Us HBO was a show that obviously is very serious, takes itself very serious. It's very dramatic. Everything about it is kind of it's on another level, and you kind of get that feeling just going into it. Twisted Metal is pretty much the opposite of that. It's a wild ride. It's over the top. It's nonsensical. There's some moments where it takes itself a little bit seriously in order to kind of establish the world and the characters, but it balances that out pretty good. And next up, we have the Gran Turismo movie, which I'm going to go see it just because at this point, I want to keep reporting back to you guys. PlayStation Productions. Who would have thought, man? PlayStation Productions is off to an amazing start, and I'm going to go check out this Gran Turismo movie, man, and I hope it's good. I hope they keep it going, and I'll report back to you guys and let you know what I think of it. And that's just where I kind of want to end this topic in particular. I just want to simply say that PlayStation Productions is on fire. Like, I think they're actually doing way better than anybody thought. They did pretty well with Uncharted. They did fantastic with The Last of Us. And in my opinion, they're doing a very good job with Twisted Metal. Next up, we have Gran Turismo. And then after that, we got the Ghost of Tsushima movie. There's a Horizon Netflix series. There's a God of War Amazon series. There's a Days Gone movie. And there's more that I'm sure I'm forgetting to mention here. And so I'm pretty confident the Ghost of Tsushima movie will be good. I'm very nervous about the God of War series and the Horizon series. I mean, these are those are big undertakings, man. Like, I could see a lot of things going wrong by trying to make a Horizon Netflix series and by trying to make a God of War Amazon series. And so, let's see, man. I have more confidence now than I did previously, but it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for them. So let's see if they can keep it going. But I just had to give my thoughts on Twisted Metal because it's fresh in my mind. And I'll probably talk about the Twisted Metal TV show one more time because I only have 3 more episodes left, and I'll probably be finishing it either tonight or tomorrow. So I'm going to just give my kind of final thoughts on it, see how it wraps up. You're saying PlayStation Productions have been treating their IP with care. They have, man. DeRock, you're saying with the $2 super chat, I watched Peacock for The Office, but Twisted Metal was great. Yeah, I did notice that they have The Office on there, so I don't know, man. Maybe I'll try to start watching The Office before my membership expires, or my subscription, I mean. And Omen86, thank you for the generous super chat, man. You're saying, shout out to the Legacy of Cain Soul Reaver. If there's one game that deserves a remake or reboot, it's that. Fits PlayStation. The narrative is one of the best I've ever seen in a video game. Razel, is that how you say his name? Razel was awesome. You know, that's a game that I've missed out on, man. And what's so interesting to me is how frequently I see people talk about it. The Legacy of Cain Soul Reaver. I mean, this game is constantly brought up, and it always fascinates me because I really don't know much. I don't know anything about it other than that people really like it. And I actually was just thinking about this question, saying Raziel. Okay, Raziel. I don't know. Here we go with MBG and pronunciation again. But I was thinking of this question the other day. I was thinking about putting it out as a tweet, or what do you call a tweet now? Serious question. Twitter's now renamed X. What do you call a tweet? I don't know. But I put out this tweet, or I was thinking about putting out this tweet, and I probably will. You just call it an X. I put out an X. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't sound that bad. I put out I was thinking about putting out an X. It just sounds a little weird, though. An X message. A Zeet. Yeah. Where basically I was going to ask people, like, which game they think deserves a remake. And, you know, I bet you when I put that tweet out at some point, Omen86, a lot of people are going to say Legacy of Cain Soul Reaver. And I see that's your profile picture too, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, man, it'll be interesting to see. You have to imagine if the game's that beloved, right? Like if it's that good, at some point, it will get a proper remake. It has to, right? So, if it does, man, I'll definitely give it a shot. Because I've just heard such good things about it. The amount of times I've seen people say when I would ask, like, what do you think Blue Point Games is working on next? Or what do you want them to work on next? The amount of people that I've seen say, I hope they do a Legacy of Cain Soul Reaver remake. A lot of people, man. So, I mean, I know people, they talk about how they're getting tired of, they're getting tired of remakes and whatnot. And I get that. But I don't know, man. There's still seemingly some games that, in the eyes of a lot of people, like, they just deserve to get remade. And speaking of X or whatever, I put out this X yesterday and it kind of blew up, and I wasn't expecting it to, where I simply just asked people if they would want to see a remake, like a full-blown remake of the original God of War from 2005. And dude, it got like over 500,000 views and hundreds of replies. And it was somewhat mixed, man. Like, a lot of people were saying no, but I think just as many, if not more, people were saying yes, they would like to see that. Now, I don't know if I would want to see something like that so soon. Maybe later down the line. You know, I feel like we are good with remakes right now, but I guess I'm just saying I was genuinely surprised at how much interaction a question like that ended up receiving. But Omen86, again, man, thank you for the super chat, man. And we have Illegal Monkey saying, excited for Baldur's Gate 3. Larian Studios says 75 to 100 hours to beat the game. 200 plus if you want to do everything. Insane. That is insane, dude. That's a long game. Like, that is a game that requires some serious dedication. Yeah, it's coming. I think it's coming out for PlayStation 5 the first or second week of September. And I don't know that it's a game I'm going to be playing. And interestingly enough, that's actually a topic we're going to be talking about today, because, there's not a whole lot of news right now. I want to just kind of talk about some of the upcoming games, PS5 games, not just exclusives, but games coming to PS5 for the remainder of 2023. Kind of just run down a long list and just kind of see what we're excited about. What are we looking forward to? And I know that Baldur's Gate 3 for a lot of people is one of those games, and it's interesting, man, because I've been hearing a little bit about it, and a lot of people are viewing Baldur's Gate 3 as like a new benchmark in a way for like, classic RPGs or computer RPGs. And it's created like some kind of weird controversy. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I'll just bring it up here because I feel like it's appropriate for the super chat. I've been seeing there's apparently this controversy with is it digital only? Oh, that's so disappointing if true. There's this controversy where Larian apparently has done so much with this game. There's just so much content there that a lot of developers across the industry are basically telling gamers like you shouldn't like this should not be the standard, because like most studios, like 95% of studios are not going to be able to make games on this level, like when it comes to the scale and scope of a game like Baldur's Gate 3. And then it kind of gets into the conversation like, should it be the standard? Should people expect that? And the big controversy here is that there are developers from AAA studios, like studios that have the most funding, the most amount of developers, the most amount of resources. There are developers. It was like a big thing. I'm a couple weeks late to it, but it was like a really big thing, and it creates this just kind of controversy where a lot of people are going to pick sides. A lot of people are going to say like, no, that's stupid. This should be the standard, especially for AAA studios. There are going to be other people saying no, like, not every game is going to be big. And I feel like, to be honest, it's kind of a non-issue. I guess I didn't really chime in to this conversation too much because I feel like the market is going to speak regardless, and it does speak. And the industry, the gaming industry, has already kind of answered this question, right? The gaming industry has already answered this question, and the answer is simple. It's there will be some studios within the game industry that push the bar, that push the size, scale, and scope of games to a level in which most other studios will not. And they will get rewarded handsomely for that. We look at From Software, Elden Ring, Rockstar Games, Grand Theft Auto, CD Projekt Red, Cyberpunk. Although, the game needed to be delayed, obviously. You look at Naughty Dog with maybe like The Last of Us Part 2, right? We've already gotten the answer to this question. There are always going to be high expectations. And when a studio achieves something what we would consider like next level, like they push the envelope, they move the industry forward, right? I mean, we could just look at Elden Ring. I think that's like the most recent example. We look at Elden Ring. Any game that is going to be made in that vein, doesn't matter if it's a single, like an indie studio, single person, doesn't matter if it's a AA studio, doesn't matter if it's a AAA studio with a $300 million budget. If they're making a game that's in the same genre and, kind of in the same ballpark as Elden Ring, people are going to compare it to Elden Ring because Elden Ring is now considered the gold standard. And I think it's just stupid, frankly, to tell the gamer what they should or shouldn't expect. Like it is not like, to me, again, that's just kind of, it reminds me of like, it's like a sports, right? It's like when one player excels so much, they're so far ahead of like 99% of other players. It's like, what are all the other players supposed to complain and say, well, that's not fair, so we should just expect that one player who excels that much to just slow down, to purposely throttle themselves? That's dumb. Who would ever expect that? And that's why I think it's ridiculous that it's like, dude, if From Software creates the next level, like they push the bar forward, they raise the bar, so to speak, with Elden Ring, and like this is an open world action RPG, and the scale and scope of it is unlike anything you've ever seen. Guess what? If you're a developer and your studio is working on a game that's kind of in that same space, well, you got to compete with that now. You know, like that is the bar has been raised, and no one. It's okay. You don't have to hit that bar to make a good game. You don't, and certainly you don't have to surpass it. But it's just like, here's a good example, and I'll end this tangent here, just because it's an interesting conversation. Here's a good example. There's a game coming out. What's it called? I think it's called Lords of the Fallen. Okay, and this game looks really good. Like, if you go check out this game, gameplay, trailers, it looks really good. But it basically looks like Dark Souls and Elden Ring. Like, it's not hiding that fact. It's basically, that's what it is. It is a Souls-born ring, Elden Ring, I don't know, Souls ring, whatever, Elden Souls-born game. And, you know, it's not from software. But you can tell they're really trying with this game. I'm telling you right now, this game, Lords of the Fallen, is not going to be as good as Elden Ring. It's not. It's, I don't know, I don't mean that in an offensive way. It's just not. From Software, truly, again, like, they're the gold standard. Unless it's From Software making Lords of the Fallen, it's not going to be as good. But it looks like it can be pretty damn close, or at least it's trying to get as close as it can. And because of that, it can still be a really great game that stands on its own. Something that is not Elden Ring, does a lot of things that Elden Ring did, maybe some things even a lot better, but that doesn't mean it can't have its own unique flair, its own uniqueness, essentially, to make it worthwhile. Same thing with a game that I'm going to talk about a little bit later, Lies of P. Lies of P is clearly very, very, very heavily inspired by Bloodborne. You know, like, a lot of people are saying, like, this looks like it could potentially be the sequel to Bloodborne we never got. It's not going to be. I played the demo. It's not Bloodborne, and it doesn't have that exact same feel that you would get from a Bloodborne 2 from Software. It's just the way it is. But that doesn't make it bad. I just think it's crazy. But at the same time, like, if somebody were to pick up Lies of P or play the demo, and they say, this game feels like it's trying really hard to be Bloodborne, but it's not Bloodborne. It doesn't feel as good as Bloodborne, and it's not the same universe. I'm not interested. It just doesn't have that same, I don't know, oomph, I guess you could say. Same pizzazz, so to speak, that Bloodborne had. So because of that, it just feels like a lesser experience. And I just, you know, that's just the way it goes sometimes, man. And that's for each person to kind of decide for themselves. So saying it's like comparing Neo to Dark Souls. Yeah, again, they are two different games. Like, they're very samey in a lot of ways, but they also have enough things differentiating them that I could understand both sides. I could understand why somebody might be like, I just think Dark Souls is like, you know, the Dark Souls is the gold standard. Dark Souls 1 through 3, because they are, or Elden Ring is now the gold standard. I could totally understand if anything you play after that feels like it's less. I get that feeling all the time. You know, it's just the way it goes, man. It's the way it goes. But I just think that the arguments that were happening in the controversy about, like, developers saying, like, you know, should this be what every development team chases? No, of course not, dude. Like, of course not. But I think, you know what? I want to add one more thing here, because clearly I always just have more to say. I think Grand Theft Auto is the best example of this. I do think so. And maybe it is a little bit unfortunate in a way, because, well, it's unfortunate, but it's not at the same time. And here's what I mean. In the past, like when GTA 3, GTA Vice City, GTA San Andreas were coming out, at that time, like, people were like, these games are masterpieces. Like, these are incredible games. And there was kind of this trend in the industry for like a decade after that, where, like, GTA clones, right? All these different developers, all these different teams, they're like, we got to kind of make our own GTA, but none of them really, you know, stood the test of time. I mean, I think of like Saints Row, and unfortunately, like, that didn't have the staying power. I'm trying to think of like another GTA clone. I'm sure there's plenty. I don't know why I'm having trouble guys, give me some GTA clones that you can just immediately bring to the top of your head, because for some reason I'm drawing a blank. I know there's a ton of them. Oh yeah, that's a great one. Driver. I remember like Driver 3 specifically. Dude, I played Driver 3. And it was interesting, but it was like, this is no GT. This isn't even close. Watch Dogs, True Crime. Yeah, and that's it, Sleeping Dogs. And that's the thing, is like some of these, actually, what is it, that game, Sleeping Dogs? I think a lot of people have said that game, it's like criminal that game didn't get a sequel. Mafia. Yeah, and that's the thing, is like you kind of see how all these different games have been created, and they kind of went in that direction where it's like, well, look at how successful GTA is. Maybe we can try to kind of do that. And unfortunately, it just seems like the only one that has really stood truly the test of time, where it's like, this is a bit like, this is the go-to. If you want your GTA experience, you go to GTA. You go to GTA. You go to Rockstar. And I think that is the most extreme end of it, where these days, correct me if I'm wrong, I could be drawing a blank here. I feel like we're not getting GTA clones anymore. I just feel like they're not, like, no one's trying to do what GTA does, or what GTA 5 did, and what GTA 6 is going to do. It just seems like they're in truly like a category of their own now, where they've ran with they ran with the ball so far, Rockstar that is, that it's just like, everybody's kind of looking around. They're like, well, we have no prayer. Apparently there's a new I guess there's a new Mafia game in development, which I was like Mafia 4 or something. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens with that. Saying they need huge budgets. Yeah, and that's the thing, man, is it's just kind of like, what do you do? What do you do? Saying Yakuza is sort of like GTA. That's really funny to me, in a way. That's crazy to think. And maybe that's the only thing that can work, is Yakuza has such a unique personality, I guess you could say, that it's enough to really kind of, differentiate itself, and it's carved out enough of a Yakuza's like a Japanese GTA. I can't speak to it. I haven't played it myself. Saying not really, though. Saints Row, the new one. Yeah, well, that's a good... Yeah, I mean, that's another perfect example of a... The new Saints Row. I haven't played it, but based off of everything I've heard about it, it's like... like people play it, and they're just like, dude, this isn't 2008 anymore, man. 2000, like, this isn't up to snuff. It's just not. And that, I don't know how else to put it, but it just seems like that was the problem. I mean, maybe if like Saints Row came out at like $20 or something, But yeah, I just kind of wanted to go on that side quest there, because you mentioned Baldur's Gate 3 and Larian Studios, and I just kind of remembered that controversy or whatever, and I think it's just going to continue, man. It is. And I will just end this. I keep saying that, but I will end this by simply saying that when I pick up games that are not from like the top tier studios, like for example, when I go to play Lies of P, I don't expect it to be as good as Bloodborne. I don't. I think that's a ridiculous expectation. I think that the developers, it looks like they're really trying their best. They're putting everything they have into this game, and they want it to be a good game. And my expectation is, if I buy this game and I complete it, and my feelings are, you know what, that was a pretty good game. That was a really good game. I enjoyed it. That's all that matters to me. Yeah, so Jeff B. Gaming, you're saying Remnant 2 is really fun. Yeah, dude, I have almost 50 hours into Remnant 2. I've been playing, I'm on the road to platinum right now. It requires a little bit of grinding, but Remnant 2 is a great example. I won't lie. I had a rough going for like the first 5 to 8 hours. Like, I was really concerned that I'm like, uh-oh, I think I made a mistake with this game, but I stuck with it. Really grew on me. Thymesia. Yeah, dude, I played that as well, man. You're right. It wasn't as good as Bloodborne. Nowhere near it. But it was a good time. Like, it was a good game in and of itself. But that's just the way these things go, man. Like, there will always be just these games and these studios where it's like they're seemingly untouchable, and that's okay. Like, that's part of this industry that's necessary to keep pushing things, you know? But we can get stuff that's lesser and still very good. I think that's okay. I do. Have I played Mortal Shell? I have. Yeah, Mortal Shell was pretty good too. I struggled a bit with that one though. Interesting mechanics in that game. All right, let me see. Omen86 again, man. You're saying, who remembers the game Shadow Man? Acclaim's masterpiece. Shadow Man. I don't think I've ever heard of Shadow Man. Let me look this up real quick. Shadow Man? Shadow Man video game. Oh, the cover art looks familiar. 91% like this game. What are Shadow Man's powers? As Shadow Man, Jack possesses paranormal strength, endurance, agility, and reflexes. Gliding capabilities, depleted fear, and other voodoo powers. Oh, is it based off of a comic? Okay. That's interesting. The N64 game. Yeah, it looks familiar. I don't think I've ever played it, man. Saying they remastered it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm totally out of the loop with that one. Did I play Max Payne? Yeah, I played most of Max Payne 1. Unfortunately, I don't think I ever beat Max Payne 1. I got like really far in it, and for some reason I just like never beat it. I never played Max Payne 2, and I played the shit out of Max Payne 3. I loved Max Payne 3. That's one of my all-time favorite games, dude. Best shooting mechanics, hands down, in any fucking game I've ever played. You want to talk about gold standard? Dude, Max Payne 3 is the absolute gold standard of third-person shooting. Like, I've never played a game before or since that the shooting mechanics and just the way it felt to wield a firearm and shoot enemies. Nothing ever felt as good as Max Payne 3 has. And they had a multiplayer mode in Max Payne 3 that was way fucking better than it had any right to be. And it was really good, man. Max Payne 3 absolutely deserves a remake. That is a legendary game, dude. That is one of my all-time favorite games. I know I rarely talk about it for some reason, but that is one of my all-time favorite games. And I hope in the future, like, Rockstar does more with Max Payne. And you know what's crazy is I remember playing Max Payne 3 so much. And it was right before the launch of GTA 5. We were like Rockstar was building up to the launch of GTA 5. And I was like, I remember having this conversation with my friends when I was playing this game at the time, where it was just like, guys, I really hope GTA 5's shooting mechanics are exactly the same as Max Payne 3's. Because if they're not, I'm going to struggle. And I know that was ridiculous of me to have that expectation, because it's like, dude, well, GTA 5's not going to have the same shooting mechanics as Max Payne 3. It can't. It's not a Max Payne game. And I remember playing GTA 5 for the first time, and the shooting felt good, but I was like, dude, going from Max Payne 3's gunplay to GTA 5's, it's like, no, man, no. It's just Max Payne 3. Goat game, man, goat game. But I know that Remedy's remaking Max Payne, 1 and 2? So that should be very exciting. Saying no other game is like Max Payne 3. I agree, man. Take-Two is publishing it, yeah. It'll be fun to see. All right, so let me see here. We got PS Gamer. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying, as a Metal Gear Solid fan, MBG, you should play the last 2 Deus Ex games that have come out on PS4 and PS3. They are the Western version of Metal Gear Solid. Story, gameplay, character, and the last game is on PS Extra now. It's interesting. The Deus Ex games, that's another series that I'm just totally unfamiliar with. I think one of my friends played one of the, I think it was the last Deus Ex game, and he was recommending it to me. He was definitely saying that, it's worth it, and we'll see, man. Again, like, as you can see with how much you guys had to pull my teeth here to to get me to play Sekiro. I'll be honest with you, man. Like, the chances of me going back and playing these older Deus Ex games are very, very, very slim. But I will say this: if we get like a new Deus Ex game in the future, I don't know if it'll be like a sequel to the last one or if it'll be like a reboot of some kind. But if we do, I'll keep it on my radar because I have heard good things about Deus Ex. And that's actually an interesting description. The fact that you're saying, like, as a Metal Gear Solid fan, you really think that I would take to it. It's like the Western version of it. I won't lie. That's difficult for me to believe. But it definitely intrigues me. It intrigues me enough to where it's like, oh, okay, I'll put it to you this way, PS Gamer. That is a great pitch for me specifically. So I'll think about it, man. I'll think about it. Speaking of which, does anybody know? Is there a new Deus Ex that's in development? Has that been like confirmed or rumored or anything? So thank you for the super chat, PS Gamer. You're saying yes, they have a new Deus Ex game. Yeah, I guess it would be under Who was it that purchased the studio that's known for Deus Ex? Was it Embracer Group? Was it Embracer Group? Yeah, I know Square, they sold off like their Western. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's right. They got like a crazy good deal on it. Geronimo, you say Deus Ex is really good, not gonna lie. Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. I definitely, my palette is not the most diverse when it comes to game. Not as diverse as I would like it to be when it comes to games, but I don't know why. I don't know why. Maybe there's just too many games. I think that's a problem, because I hear from people like they seemingly play every game, and I'm like, how? Like, how, dude? But I don't know. Maybe it's just the way it is for me. Gaming Survivor, you're saying MBG over time, I got bored of multiplayer games. I enjoy quality single player games where I can make progress and there's a fixed endpoint. I hear you, Gaming Survivor. And that, that is a problem that I have run into as well. I've talked to you guys before about how, like, the two multiplayer games that I think I've spent hands down the most amount of time playing, PUBG, which I no longer play, and Dead by Daylight, which I still play. And I noticed with both of those games, and I played these games for years straight, like they were just like my go-to games. There were two things I noticed about them. Number one, because they were live service games and there was, like you said, there was no end point, I lost the sense of progression. I remember I used to play Call of Duty a lot too, and one of the things that I cared about most in the older classic Call of Duty games was prestiging. And there was a limited amount of times you could prestige. You get to the highest rank, you prestige, which means you get to the highest rank again. You basically do it over. You grind for 10 prestiges. I think it was 10. And some games went up to like 15 or 20. But the point is, there was an end point, and there was like just that end point to work towards, to constantly chip away at. And after you reach that end point, you have that sense of accomplishment, like I did it, I completed the goal, and then maybe you would move on to other things like weapon challenges, or if not, just play the game for fun at that point. One of the things that I can't stand about live service games is that they really do kind of ruin your sense of progression. And this is where I get really nervous about Sony pursuing live service games, in that, like, I think now in Call of Duty, they reset. Like, they just reset your rank. And to me, that is, like, I can't do that. Like, I can't do that. You know, it's like I'm not okay with this idea of just wiping my progress. And just do it again. Like you know, and there is no endpoint. I hate that. It's like even in Dead by Daylight, they have I mean, they have different types of progression in Dead by Daylight. Like you can constantly level up your character and that doesn't get reset, but they have like a survivor and killer grade where like basically based on your performance and how skilled you are, you know, you get a higher grade or a better grade, and every month they reset that and you got to do it again. And it's like I don't know, man. I totally get what you're saying, cuz when I play single player games, it just I guess it just stimulates my brain in a different way where there is that sense of linear progression, like forward progression. You're not just always taking 2 steps forward and 2 steps backward, 2 steps forward, 2 steps backward in an effort to just kind of keep you on the hamster wheel. I understand that that's what live service games have to do, and I understand that it works very effectively, but my hope is that with Sony's live service multiplayer games, I hope that they have a mixture where if they can have some things that are like permanent progression, things that don't get reset, things that you can work towards, and hopefully maybe even there's an endpoint. Like even in Dead by Daylight, again, it's a game I'm starting to get kind of tired of. Although I did see apparently they announced an Aliens, or they teased an Aliens collaboration. Even in Dead by Daylight, there is at least, if you want to level up your character, like prestige them to prestige 100, that's the endpoint for your character. Like you can get each character to prestige 100, which would be insane. Takes a long time, ton of grinding, but I at least appreciate that, you know, they have something there that's permanent, that you can, there's an end goal, and once you reach it, like there you go, like you reached prestige 100. And maybe for some people, like that can be their goal, where it's like, I'm going to play this game until I get to prestige 100, and then after that, maybe I'll retire it and move on, or just play it on occasion or something. So yeah, Hanzo's saying he's got to go. He's got to go do his chest and triceps. Peace out, man. Enjoy your workout. Thanks for hanging with us. MBG will find out this month. Firewall Ultra may just set the tone for what we can expect from these live service games. I would agree with you, Shelly, but the reason why I'm not is because Firewall Ultra is not a first-party game. Like, I do think it is going to be live service, but it is a independent studio that's working with Sony. Same thing with Helldivers 2. For me, it's going to be the first live service game we get from an internal Sony studio. However they choose to handle that, we will know, okay, this is our first idea of what to expect. You know, this is maybe what we can expect going forward. So I hear you, Gaming Survivor. I feel like you got to have a good mix. You got to have some go-to multiplayer games if you're into multiplayer, and you got to always have a rotation of single-player games. That's what I do. That's what I try to do anyway. Salvazard06, you're saying, hey, MBG, since PlayStation Productions has been on fire, what if they partnered with Take-Two to make a Red Dead show? What do you in the chat think? I think that would be interesting. I mean, it would be smart. It would be. I don't know if Take-Two Interactive would be willing to do something like that. I don't know if Sony would be willing to do something like that, but that would be a very interesting collaboration. And it's so tough, man, because I don't know, like a lot. It's just, you talk about Red Dead Redemption 2 in particular, like the writing, the storytelling, it's so perfect. It reminds me of The Last of Us, where like when you look at The Last of Us show, basically it was it was 1-to-1 near almost. It was like, it was identical. I mean, they had to shorten some stuff and condense it, but it was identical to the game. There were only 1 or 2 like major things that changed and shifted, and even then they were inconsequential to the overall plot. And I feel like if you were to do something like a Red Dead TV show or something, it would basically have to do the same thing, I think, anyway. But that would be really interesting, man. I would certainly love to see that. Don't know if it'll happen though. let me see. And we got Pragmaticat saying Phantom Blade Zero is trying to be Bloodborne. Isn't trying to be Bloodborne. I agree. Phantom Blade Zero looks pretty unique. It does. I think that's why there's so much hype for it. Phantom Blade Zero looks kind of like a, I don't know, like you could tell it's an action RPG, but it just looks so over the top, so fast paced, so insane. And it's doing so many different things. I don't know what it looks like. Frankly, I don't know. Let me see here. We got Jay Pierce and Omen86 both gifting memberships. Huge shout out to you guys. Thank you guys for keeping the membership train going today. That actually brings us up to, what are we at? 24 new members on the day. Again, shout out to you guys. Let's get a
Thank you. Appreciate
I'll
it.
do a
I sacrificed everything
Jin
for my
Sakai,
people.
as we were talking about Phantom Blade Zero. So thank you guys
I
so
would
much
do
for
it
that.
again.
And Pragmaticat, thank you for, and Salvazardo6 as well. Thank you guys for your super chats. A topic I want to go over with you guys really quick. I put it here in the title. Just something I think you guys should maybe, pay a little bit of attention to. We'll see if it continues. I have an article here from Push Square, and it says PlayStation 5 sales absolutely explode in the UK following a price cut. Price elasticity is an easy to understand concept. The price goes down and the sales go up. Sony has been enjoying an extraordinary strong year with the PS5, and thus it was inevitable that the moment it cut prices, it would see sales absolutely surge. And that's exactly what happened in the UK, where the disc-based model can be bought for as little as £400. GamesIndustry.biz reports that since the price drop, sales have jumped by 75%, with revenue also up 63% as well. In order to make the most of the situation, some retailers are even bundling in games as a sweetener to convince consumers to come to their stores. It's a really aggressive and unprecedented move, especially when you consider the PS5 is already in a strong position. Sony announced last week that it had sold 40 million next-gen consoles worldwide, and while this price promotion is only temporary, there are strong rumors it'll introduce a hardware revision before Christmas. It's also got the limited edition Marvel Spider-Man 2 console bundle launching next month, as it looks to overtake PS4's sales launch aligned. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to update you guys on this. We just talked about how the PS5 hit 40 million sold, and something I actually didn't mention when we covered that news about 40 million PS5s being sold is I kind of failed to bring up the fact that the PS5 is rapidly catching up to PS4. It's only about 2.5 months behind. Not only did the PS5 manage to do this with severe stock shortages and just absolute insanity happening for the first year and a half of this console being out, where there was a period in time where people literally couldn't buy PS5s, but they also did it at $100 more. I think sometimes that's something something I forget, that, oh yeah, the PS5 is actually $100 more expensive than the PS4 was. And yet the demand is seemingly stronger than ever. And like I said, I have no doubt the PS5 is going to overtake the PS4 in the next probably 4 to 6 months. I have no doubt about that. Probably thanks to Spider-Man 2. But yeah, this is an extremely aggressive move that Sony's making, cutting the price of these disc-based models to clear inventory. There is going to be a new model of the PS5. That, at this point, is obvious, and we're just still seeing these signs. But, again, not to beat a dead horse here, not to bring it up too frequently, but I'm sure you guys have seen for the past couple of months, if you're on social media at all and you're following anything gaming, I'm sure you've noticed that the way people have talked about PlayStation, the PS5, Sony, all this stuff, the way that they've talked about it, it's like you would think that this brand is in trouble, right? That people are losing interest and they're falling away from it, and sales are going down. things are just not looking good. And I think a big part of this is because of the momentum that Microsoft and Xbox have gained over the past 2 months, 3 months, give or take. And I think a lot of this, it's just removed from the actual reality of what's happening. The reality of what's happening right now is Sony is doing better than ever still. Like, they are, at least when it comes to the PS5, it's not slowing down at all. It's not nothing. And you would think that now would be a time for it to kind of slow down, or even like previous months, right? You would think like maybe the past 4 months there was some kind of slowdown. Literally the opposite. It's just been exploding. And we have Exley 3000. Exley 3000 coming in, dropping another 5 membership gifts. Once again, keeping the membership train going today. And on top of that, Hellbound 1981 follows it up with another membership gift of his own. So we have Jay Pierce, Omen 86, Exley 3000, and Hellbound 1981 all coming in here, dropping more membership gifts. We got some W's in the chat going. And Omen 86 chimes in again. Omen 86 still going crazy with membership gifting, drops yet another. That brings us up to 32 member gifts on the day, or just total memberships in general. Love to see it, guys. Thank you so much for that.
Enough from me.
I'll give you a Jim Ryan there.
The games do our talking.
Always love that Jim Ryan quote. How about I do a Jim Ryan and a Mark Cerny?
Dangerous to rely on
Don't really ever do those back to back.
Indicator of performance.
Saying Omen 86 is a new legend. Yeah, I mean, you guys are awesome, dude. Thank you so much again for the continued support. Means a lot to me, means a lot to the community. Simply couldn't do what I do here without you guys. So every time you guys gift, every time you super chat, anytime somebody becomes a member, it's direct support for the channel. And it fuels it, man. So thank you. And let me see here. We have Jay Pierce coming in with a $10 super chat. Before I read the super chat, guys, we have over 425 people here, which is awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Do me a quick favor, hit that like button. I think we could easily crush 200 likes, possibly 250. Jay, you're saying, hey, MBG, I hate how they try and make the Rift Apart game look great to make Sony look bad on PC when they make the Last of Us look bad to also make Sony look bad. Crazy how many haters Sony has. I know exactly what you're talking about, man. And that's why I feel like I just want to try to encourage people. Like, there's nothing wrong at all, in my opinion, with, being on the internet and just seeing what, people are clipping, what they're saying, reading opinions, even engaging with people in like the reply section or the comment section or on Reddit or everything in between. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just think that a lot of times, and I'm guilty of this myself, in the past, a lot of times I think people have a tendency to get kind of sucked into this vacuum where it's like you are kind of in a bubble. Like, you can see a tweet that gets a bunch of likes. You can see a video or a clip or whatever, or a hot take, whatever it might be. And it could trend, it could go viral, it could blow up, and it could really create this sense of, oh man, is this really what's going on? And I get it, man. Like, sometimes it can be convincing. Like, I think this is how the world feels, right? Like, this is the general sentiment. But if you step outside that bubble, you look beyond, the reply sections, the trending tweets, the trending clips, whatever it might be, you just look at the hard data. You look at the factual, just the cold hard numbers, and they paint a completely not just different picture, but literally an opposite picture, which is just fascinating to me, man, because I just think that that's the way these things go sometimes, man. I think sometimes there are these like waves and these trends. And I think that because Sony, they operate differently when it comes to how they communicate. Sony is not the same as they were during like the PS4 generation. And on top of that, Microsoft has really turned things around. Like I said, Microsoft has built a lot of momentum in the past couple months, starting with their showcase and everything in between. Yeah, there are times where I was seeing things get so heated and so many different opinions. And it's just like, this is what people are focused on, not just today, but this week. I would have thought, like, I wonder if this is going to have some kind of negative impact on Sony's bottom line. Because with the way people are talking, with the way people are acting, at least on the internet and on some videos, I really thought like this might be it. And I'm not saying this to talk down to Xbox, because it doesn't matter. Like, what I'm about to say kind of doesn't matter, except for the point that I'm trying to highlight. Like, in the grand scheme, it doesn't matter, because Microsoft has proven, like, we're going to support Xbox no matter what. Xbox has Microsoft money, so it doesn't matter. But it is quite ironic that we just saw Microsoft's earnings. Microsoft as a company is doing phenomenal, dude. I mean, they're unstoppable. They're a money-making machine. But the Xbox division, pretty much everything was down. Almost everything was down. Like, it's just not... There was no bump of any kind. And I just thought that was kind of surprising, because I'm like, well, what about the showcase? What about Starfield? What about all the, the ABK deal? What about all the positivity that I've been, and the excitement that I've been seeing on the internet? And it's just like, dude, it doesn't matter. Like, that's not, that is a thing that exists in a bubble. But the reality is, like, these are the like, these are the cold hard numbers, man. Like, these are the results. Now, granted, I don't know. I don't think it'll stay that way. Like, if Microsoft does get ABK, of course that's going to change. But I was just genuinely surprised to not only see that, but also see that PlayStation's still doing not just fine, but great. Like, the PS5 is still performing amazingly well. And I don't know, Sony hasn't given their financials yet, but, they're coming out early and saying, hey, we hit 40 million sold. So it's fascinating to me, man. It's so fascinating to me how easy it can be to get wrapped up in these circles and trapped in these bubbles, and to just be convinced of something and persuaded about something, and then just how quickly that bubble is burst and how big that burst really is when the reality sets in, right? Like, when the reality is revealed that turns out it's easy to talk on the internet. It's easy to leave a comment. It's easy to make a little video clip. It's easy to do all this stuff. But at the end of the day, if you really want to gauge, like, what's really happening, what are the bottom line results, you can't get those from comments. You can't get those from me. Unless I'm, like, reporting on the financials or something. You can't get them anywhere except the numbers, man. Like, what are the numbers? And, it's not to say that, oh, PlayStation is kicking the shit out of Xbox and Xbox is doing horrible. It's nothing like that. It's just not much has changed, truthfully. Like, that is the point here, is even after everything that has happened, even this year alone, not much has changed, in that PlayStation's still doing phenomenal and they are still on the up. And I just want to make this last point here, because I started talking about it earlier, and I'll finish the thought here. I would have thought that there would have been, like, some kind of major slowdown for the PS5 this year and for the PlayStation brand. And it just never happened. Like, I'm genuinely shocked by that. I remember January, February, March, April, every month, just these massive percentage increases. Granted, they were probably a little bit hyperinflated due to how poor PS5 sales were last year due to the shortage. I have no doubt they were a bit hyperinflated, but the point is, like, they're doing very, very well consistently each month. And even going into May, you know, even though we have agreed, and I still stand by this, that showcase was not enough. It didn't have that first party punch that it needed. Generally speaking, it's like, well, in the eyes of most people, like the general public, it seemed like it was good enough. Like Sony showed enough to keep people going out and buying PS5s. And I think, if anything, it just kind of speaks to just how strong Spider-Man 2 is of a game for Sony, where I've said before that I'm pretty sure Spider-Man 2 will be the best-selling PlayStation exclusive of all time. Not just this generation, of all time. And I'm not sure what could beat it at this point. There's just that level of excitement behind it. And, you know, there's always people, they want to compare, like, oh, you know, Spider-Man 2, Starfield, and whatnot. It's like, I don't think that matters. You know, like, two things can be true at the same time. And those two things can be, Spider-Man 2 is going to sell an ungodly amount of PS5s. It's going to sell an unbelievable amount of copies. It's going to go on to be one of the best-selling games of this probably generation, certainly for PlayStation, likely of all time. And it can also be true that Starfield's going to do great as well. But they're two separate things. And, you know, I just think that a lot of people speak about these things as if, well, if Spider-Man 2 does well, that means Starfield's going to do bad. Or if Starfield does well, it's going to be at the expense of Spider-Man. And it's like, no, I don't think so at all. Like, I'm pretty sure these are just two separate things at this point. And the further removed we get from June and the whole ABK conversation, and the closer we get to these games launching and the end of this year, I think the clearer it becomes that, I don't know, man, I think Sony is in still a very strong position, and really, there have been a lot of people that have claimed all Sony really needs to do, given everything that's happening right now with their competitor, the only thing Sony really needs to do and focus on is just keep focusing on your games, man. Like, keep delivering what it is that the people, the fans, and the consumer have clearly shown to you. Like, this is what they want. They will support it. They will go out and they will buy it. You know, if it's just like, you build it, they will come, right? It's that simple. And I think it's just a matter of Sony is staying the course here. Again, not to sound like a broken record, but I remember the way the internet reacted to the PlayStation showcase and to the Xbox showcase and to Starfield and to Spider-Man 2 and all these things, but none of it matters. Like, literally at all. None of it has had any tangible impact on either of these companies in any meaningful way. Except for, hey, Sony showed off Spider-Man 2. People are going to go buy that shit. If they weren't already sold on it, now they are. People are excited for Starfield. You know, people are excited for these games and they're going to go buy them. But it's like, at the end of the day, we're going to see just how far these things really are going to go. And so I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see just how I'm excited to see how far the PS5, like, I don't care too much about Sony's financials, in the sense that, like, I don't want to see Sony do poorly. You know, I don't want to see the PlayStation brand suffering or struggling to a degree in which it's like, you know, like, well, that's not good. You know, that's going to lead to some bad things. I don't want to see that. I don't think any PlayStation fan wants to see that. But I'm all, you know, I don't really care about Sony's profits either. I want to see PlayStation continue to be in a healthy place, in a healthy spot. And I've just been kind of waiting for that plateau, right? Like, I've been waiting for that peak where it's like, okay, when are things going to start, like, kind of leveling out? And who knows, maybe now is that time. Maybe August and September is when things start leveling out, or maybe quite the opposite. It seems like, I don't know, man, you look at the demand for even just like Spider-Man 2 accessories, shit's selling out. People are scalping this stuff. It's like, I mean, it's August 1st, you know? Like, it seems like we're still not close to that peak yet. And I'm just excited to see that, because the better the PS5 does, the better it's going to be, obviously, for anybody who buys a PS5. The better support it's going to get. Developers are going to obviously pay very close attention to it. And I don't think support for the PS5 is in question at all. But it's just really nice to know that if you're somebody like myself, where I like the console experience, you know, I have gotten sick and tired of every console generation. Oh, this is the last one. Consoles are going to be phased out. Mobile gaming's taking over. Nobody's going to play on the console anymore. You know, we hear it over and over and over again, and it's just really nice to see, at least with the PS5, that actually it's quite the opposite. It seems like it's obviously still going strong, and it's healthier than ever, but it seems like it might still go further than even anybody could have thought, you know, depending on where it goes. So yeah, I guess basically, just to summarize here, highlighting how you see how much PS5 console sales explode in the UK with a temporary price cut so Sony can clear stock. I mean, there's no stopping this console. The momentum the PS5 has is simply too great. This is going to be one of the best console generations for Sony ever. And, you know, I don't really know how relevant that is at this point in time when you, like, compared to, like, the Xbox, right? You know, I know, like, a lot of people compare, well, how is Xbox selling compared to the PS5? I don't think it matters at this point, because I don't think Microsoft is in that race anymore. But the thing I'm going to be paying very close attention to after Spider-Man 2, because I you know, this conversation I've been talking to you guys about. I've been talking to you guys about how Spider-Man 2, the peak, it hasn't happened yet. The momentum's still there. It's just going to keep climbing this year. Like, this year is locked for Sony. I'm going to be so curious. I'm going to be paying so close attention to see, how does Sony behave after Spider-Man 2? Like, what are their plans for basically the second half of this console generation, or the latter half of this generation? Because, I mean, this generation has gotten off to a rocky start, whether anybody wants to accept that or not. For as good as things are and have been, for as much momentum as the PS5 has, it's all been very shaky, very rocky. Sony's been making changes, you know, the more PC port announcements, which, you know, not saying that's a bad thing, but it's different. It's unexpected. It's not really what the fan base was anticipating. More cross-gen games, again, not what the fan base was expecting. More sequels, which I think that was an expectation, but we got those sequels, and, you know, we're still getting some, and that's fine. I'm not saying it's been bad, because it hasn't been. It's been fantastic. It's just that you can get this sense, like, but it still could be so much better. And I don't know. I feel like we're kind of at an inflection point here, maybe a turning point, if you will, where I think it starts with Spider-Man 2, and we just start to see things kind of, this generation, unfold in a way that I think many of us have been waiting to see. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the feeling I get. Omen86, you're saying, leave a like for MBG. The current narrative is pathetic. Yeah, I honestly, like, I have completely disconnected from the internet bubble that I've been talking to you guys about. Like, the only internet bubble that I actually pay attention to is this one right here. You know, you guys, like, people who are here hanging out with me, engaging with me, and, you know, maybe my comment section as well, certainly. But that's about it. And here's why though. It's because all I've learned in this time is that I kind of like being in that bubble sometimes. I don't know why. Like I'm naturally drawn to it and I get sucked in and that's fine, but the problem, you're saying the current number. Okay, my bad. I don't know why I read that as narrative. Yeah, we got to get those likes up, guys. Let's get those likes up. I guess I was just trying to say that I find that I like it to a degree because it adds a lot of noise. And when there's a lot of noise, it can create a sense of excitement. It can create like a sense of like buzz, whether it be positive or negative. And that's the thing, is it's very volatile. It could be very positive, it could be very negative, and that's kind of the way it goes, right? Like it's just a kind of seesaw that goes up and down. And I kind of realized somewhat recently that like I just don't. What would it be like if I just remove myself completely, like from these bubbles, and just focus on this one, right? That's the most important. And when I say bubble, I just mean like the community here, right? Like I have a channel, and I feel like I have a responsibility to my audience here because I built it and I've tried to bring people in here. So like, what if I just focus on that? And basically gaming news, like objective stuff, like actual news, like just the news, no opinions, no extra, no nothing, no fluff, no noise, no extra noise. And holy shit, dude, like it's been quite a revelation. It has. I think this may actually be the first time in all my time covering games doing something like this. And I think I always kind of had this fear. It's like FOMO, right? It's always this fear where it's like, well, if you remove that extra noise, what if you miss something? What if things get boring? What if it all just goes away? And it's like you realize actually none of that happens. You get to pay closer attention to the actual interesting things and the things that matter to you. It's really interesting, man. Like I gotta say, it's been again quite the revelation, and it's helped me a lot. It has not just here on the channel, but in my personal life as well. And so I figured I guess I would just share that like personal side of it, because I've been talking more about like the general, like more broad aspects of it. So we have Omen 86, man. He just keeps doling out these memberships. Omen 86 drops another membership gift. That brings us up to 33 members on the day. Thank you guys so much for that, man. Omen, again, dude, thank you for the continued support, bro. It really, really means a lot. I'm going to give you a...
No matter what,
Joel. I'll give you Joel
finding something to fight for.
Yeah, W's for Omen 86. And let me see here. We have Jay Pierce saying, MBG, remember who said Sony is doing a showcase soon? So I'll give you a quick rundown. And Omen 86 is saying 50 is within reach. Yeah, man, it's surprising, man. It is. I don't go into these streams just expecting to hit that number. Not at all. But yeah, we are closer than I would have thought. So thank you guys for that. The Zombie Fanatic, you're saying you always go in to these inspirational talks, MBG. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just kind of how I am sometimes, I guess. I try to make it a little bit more personable. Just because it's important, I think, like I don't just want to be, I don't just want to keep it all to myself, But yeah, to get back to your super chat, Jay, you're asking, who was mentioning about the showcase. So here's what we know. There are basically three separate sources that all point to Sony doing some kind of show before the end of this year. Source number one, and probably the one I feel the most confident in, is Colin Moriarty. Not too long after the May PlayStation Showcase, he said that his own source that he trusts told him, like, yeah, they're doing a second show this year. And Colin said he wasn't surprised by that. because he said to him it just kind of seemed obvious that they were holding back. So we don't have a date for that show, but that's what he said. Like a second showcase, not a state of play, a showcase. The second source came a little bit later. Special Nick. He's more of an Xbox guy, but he somehow gets like PlayStation information thrown his way. He's a little bit more hit or miss. Like it's clear that Special Nick has some good sources that are correct about things, but there have been other times where he's been off the mark. He said that the last he heard is that Sony was planning some kind of show. He doesn't know if it's a showcase or a state of play for August. That's the last he heard. But he said, he can't verify that. Obviously, nobody can. And then the third source is actually I'm trying to remember. It was a I think it was a PlayStation employee in China. And I don't know. This one I'm a little bit shaky with. They basically implied that Sony is doing another showcase this year, but he could have been referring to the China Joy show that Sony just did. Yeah, and so that one, and then you do have to kind of wonder, like, is that what was meant this whole time? But you guys know how I feel about PlayStation and another showcase. Honestly, I feel like Sony needs. I mean, I don't know that they need to, because they certainly could get through this year without another showcase and they'd be fine. I really hope they do another showcase. I really do. And Omen86 again, man. Omen86 just keeps these memberships flowing. He drops yet another membership gift. He drops 2 in a row. A 2-bomb. Don't see those too often. So Omen86 keeping it going, man. Keeping this membership train alive. He gets us up to 35 on the day. I think it's clear, guys, that Omen86 wants us to get to 50. So I'll leave it to you guys. If you guys want to get us to 50, by all means, that'd be awesome. But nonetheless, Omen86, thank you so much, man. Thank you for that continued support. He just keeps, you get a gift, you get a gift, you get a gift. PlayStation Pete, longtime member for 21 months. Appreciate that long-time support, man. You're saying, yes, MBG, I bought that Spider-Man 2 plates on eBay for $205 and will be buying the controller. Damn, $205. Oh, it's painful. But PlayStation Pete, as long as you're happy, man, that's what matters, right? And Exley3000 doing some heavy lifting today as well, dropping another 5-bomb, 5 more memberships gifted. Thanks to Exley, another legend here, keeping it going, taking us from 35 members up to 40. So we are now 10 away from actually hitting 50, which again, you guys are crazy, man, in the best possible way. I don't know how you keep doing it, but you show up to these streams no matter what the topics are, no matter what it is we're talking about, and you're like, we're going to do it, man. And Omen86 comes in with a 10-bomb. Omen86, he does it again, man. He says, you know what? We're 10 away. We're going to hit that goal. We're going to get to 50. He drops a 10-bomb. Let's get some W's in the chat for Omen86.
Holy shit.
Going to give you a holy shit for that. Didn't think we would hit 50 members today, and yet that's where we are. This community does it again, man. What am I going to do with you guys? I think it's because you guys are excited for my Sekiro gameplay. I think that's what it is. I don't know, man. Maybe I don't know. People really want to know. Is he going to do it? Is it going to be that bad? Is it going to be something we definitely got to watch? Can't miss this. Either way, man, I appreciate it, guys. I'm going to update the member goal. I don't know how you guys do it, but we hit 50. Crazy stuff, man. This community is still going strong. Let's see. Update this here. And there we go. Updated the member goal. 50 memberships on the day, man. Exley3000, Omen86, and everybody else who was gifted today. I continually find myself just humbled, man. Truly humbled by the support that you guys show. And on top of that, Hellbound 1981, the legend. He does it again. He comes in. He says, I'm going to drop another 5. He brings us to 55 members on the day. It's August 1st, and you guys are starting off this month so strong, man. 55 members. Actually, let me see here. 56 members, because B. Flesher, let's get some W's in the chat for Hellbound 1981, Omen 86, Exley 3000, and B. Flesher, because he actually decided to, I think, renew his membership. Coming back to greatness awaits. Thank you so much for that, B. Flesher. I got to be sure to, you're saying no way I'm missing that Sekiro video. I really appreciate that, man. I have to be sure to give a big shout out to all of my channel members who actually pay each month to remain a member. That is something that, I mean, look, it deserves a ton of praise, right? Because that is commitment. You're showing dedication to, you know, a lot of people obviously love getting the membership gifts, but those who are willing to continually re-up that and show that monthly support, I mean, that is very much appreciated as well. So thank you so much for that, guys. Again, August 1st, we're off to a very strong start here. Really can't thank you enough. Exley 3000 says, MBG Battalion rocks. Musclebound Army, Musclebound Battalion, whatever you want to call it, man. We are going strong. No doubt about it. I don't know, I'm starting to feel a little bit pressured. I'm like, damn, how many new members are we gonna get before I do this Sekiro video? Because now I'm like, you know, I'm like kind of taking a little bit of solace in the fact, like, we have a lot of members, but I was at least taking solace in the fact that if I'm embarrassingly bad at this game, at least, like, it's my, you know, it's not going to be a ton of people that see it. Like, not like 10 or 11 or 12,000 plus people that are going to watch me potentially embarrass myself. But I don't know. You guys are keeping this number growing. I'm like, you know what? I don't know, man. I don't know. You're saying hoping for a Thursday event? I don't know about that, man. It might be a bit too hopeful. How crazy would that be, though? And this membership train is not stopping. It's not stopping because we have Fred Vance, another legend, coming in, continually being the ADHD, saying, here's 5 more memberships gifted. Let's get some W's in the chat for Fred. I just got to give you guys another one of these.
Holy
Because somehow, some way, we are at 61 members on the day. Thank you guys, man. Thank you guys so much for that support. It's probably, I'm telling you, man, it's probably because I have the game sitting right behind me, too. They're like, it's within reach. It's right there. We can see it. Another showcase. Let me book therapy in advance. Give me a warning. Yeah. I'll be sure to give you guys a warning if we are going to have another showcase. If another showcase is coming, and we're going to cover it here, so you can book that therapy in advance, because who knows how it's going to go. But yeah, let me continue on with these super chats and with these topics. And again, to all you guys who have gifted memberships, this community is incredible. I cannot thank you guys enough for everything you do for not only me, but this community. Let me see. We have, just getting back to PlayStation Pete, he says he bought those Spider-Man 2 plates off of eBay for $205 and will be buying the controller. I know a lot of people are like, dude, don't ever buy from scalpers and whatever. And I get it. Like, I totally understand why people want to avoid doing that. And I don't feel comfortable ever telling people what they should or shouldn't do with their money. I'm just of the mindset, like, look, man, if that's your only option and it makes you happy, why would you put don't put a price on your happiness if it's not a problem, you know? So I hope it's worth it, man. Like, I hope you end up enjoying it and you are paying more of a premium for it. But dude, I don't know. Those plates, they're highly sought after, man. I highly doubt you're going to be the only one. Certainly not the only one. Unfortunately, having to secure them through scalpers, but I'm still waiting to get that email from GameStop, man. Like I said, I was very lucky. I was able to get a pre-order for the the limited edition plates through GameStop. I am just waiting to get that email that, sorry, we had to cancel your pre-order. I would not be surprised at all, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. Oh, you know what's really cool too? I should mention this to you guys. I do have a different table in the back here. You know, this, I don't know if you could tell from this angle, but this table's much wider than my last one. I might, don't hold me to this, because it's like kind of uncharted territory for me and my channel here, but I know people have been asking, they've been asking for this for me, and I think I've only done it like one time with PlayStation stuff, and that was unboxing the PS5, but some of you guys have been asking me to do some unboxings. With this table in the background, we might be able to do that. We might be able to. And we have Dreadful83 coming in and dropping 5 memberships. A 5-bomb from Dreadful83. Dreadful83, I don't know, man. Is this your first time gifting, dude? Because I feel like it might be. If you have in the past, I certainly, I don't know, I'm struggling to remember. But Dreadful83, man, coming in out of nowhere, keeping the membership train going, dropping 5 membership gifts of his own. Really appreciate that, dude. That's very kind of you. Following up Dreadful, we have Omen86 again dropping another membership. Brings us to 67 members. How do you guys keep doing it, man? 67 members on the day. Huge, absolutely huge numbers you guys are putting up. I got to update this again. 67, man. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. See, that's what's cool to me. It's always cool to see new people gifting as well, because I've always told you guys that, like, this community, I think they inspire one another, you know? Like, I have no doubt that Dreadful83 is, you know, he's seeing Omen86, he's seeing Fred Vance, he's seeing Hellbound, he's seeing Exley, he's seeing Jay Pierce, he's seeing all these guys. You know what? I'm gonna throw a couple memberships in myself, dude. So I appreciate that, guys. I appreciate you keeping it going. Man, I don't know what's been going on lately. I feel like my throat's been getting hoarse, like much quicker. I don't know if it's the air. I don't know. Is the air very dry? Saying this community is the best. I agree, dude. Like, I mean, I know obviously, of course, MBG is going to say his community is the best, but I mean, genuinely, like, you guys are, I think this is a genuinely special community we have here. I just don't see, I don't know. Maybe I'm not watching enough people, but to me, this seems pretty damn unique. It does. And we have, all right. I'm going to have to ask this individual to tell me how to pronounce their name, because I know for a fact if I even attempt it, I'm going to sound like a fool. So for now, I'm going to use your initials. I'm going to call you MS until you tell me how to pronounce your name correctly. But we have MS dropping 5 membership gifts as well. I feel like surely this has to be the first time they're gifting memberships, because like I don't know how to pronounce this name correctly. Does anybody in the chat know? I need some help here. I feel like I'm really on the spot now. But either way, man, thank you so much, dude. That's very, very kind of you. This actually brings us up to 72 members on the day. I don't know how we got here, but we are at 72 members. Ma Che Shems. Mache. That's how you're telling me to say. I'm just gonna call you. I'm about to. I don't know. Yeah, you say it's is it Polish? It was call you. You're saying I got it, Mache. All right, I might just call you Mache then. I think that would be the easiest thing for me to remember. Mache. All right, well, Mache, dude, thank you so much, man. Thank you for getting in on this. Again, it's always so cool to see, man. New people gifting, new community members feeling inspired, wanting to pay it forward. It's always very cool to see, man. Very humbling, very generous of you. You're saying Shems is better? Is that... So that's the thing, is it's lowercase sh space capital EMS. Shems? Shems? Is it just Shems? Man, I always get hung up on pronunciation, man. Shems. Yep. Okay. All right. Shems is easier then. Yeah, I agree. That is easier, and it'll be easier for me to remember. So Shems, thank you, man. M's for the initials. Yeah, that's always that's part of the channel, man. That's part of MBG, right? MBG and his pronunciation. You never know. You never know. But either way, 72 members, man. That is crazy. I don't know how we're almost at 75, but here we are. Let me see here. We have a super chat from Jay Pierce. He says, you heard Xbox has a pizza flavor controller that smells like pizza for the Ninja Turtles game. Like, what the F? Are they trying anything to keep the attention? Nah, come on. There's no way that's actually real. You know I gotta look this up. Xbox pizza controller. Oh my God, you're not kidding. They actually have a blog post dedicated to this. No way. Sweepstakes. First ever pizza-scented Xbox and TMNT Mutant Mayhem controller. Paramount Pictures' upcoming TMNT Mutant Mayhem, and Xbox is serving up a totally righteous gamer's welcome for the fearless foursome. In celebration of the movie's August release, we are giving away a limited number of exclusive ooze green pizza-scented Xbox wireless controllers that pair perfectly with game content that immerses fans in the Turtles' latest adventure. Oh, man. They have a picture of a woman holding this controller up and smelling it. Okay. I am disturbed. I don't know what else to say other than, like, listen, I think the controllers themselves are fine. Like, that's actually pretty cool. I could totally see people wanting to get their hands on these limited edition TMNT Xbox controllers. That's actually cool. Why are you making it pizza scented? Who asked for that? Who wants that? That is kind of disgusting. I can't believe that, dude. That is so weird. Dude, Xbox is, I don't know what it is with Xbox and Sense, but like, this is on another level. They did the Xbox body wash, which at least that was like practical. It's ridiculous, but it's like, if you bought the Xbox body wash, at least you could use it. And I'm assuming it smelled, I don't know what it smelled like, but I'm assuming it smelled okay, right? It's body wash. Like soap. But making your controller smell like pizza, what the hell is that good for other than just making people disgusted? Like, what are you really winning? This is a loss. This is a loss. Here's your really cool limited edition controller. By the way, it fucking smells like pizza. Thanks? Like, what? Oh my God, dude. And here I thought, I see people talking shit. Maybe not many people, but some people talking shit on Sony and their LeBron James PlayStation collaboration. No, dude. This is next level. This is next level. By the way, is there anywhere I can buy that Xbox body wash? I never did buy it. You have to hook something up to it. Wait, okay. Is that so? You have to hook something up to it that, oh, you know what? I did. There was like a little pizza thing behind it. Is that what you're talking about? All right. That's still weird as hell, but not nearly as bad. If that's true, that's okay. All right. That's not as bad as I thought then. Like, I legit thought that you unbox a controller where just the entire controller is doused it, like it just doused it with a scent of pizza. Like, what are they gonna do? Just put a slice of pizza in the box it ships in? It's pretty funny, man. I'm not gonna, like, that's pretty funny, but very strange. Very strange. You're saying it's a 90s thing? Nintendo did it before? That's funny, man. Omen86 coming in with the poop emoji. Yeah, I imagine it probably would smell. I mean, I don't know. How funny would that be? Like, oh, it's our pizza scented controller. It actually just smells like just straight shit. It just smells like somebody dumped on the controller. That's funny, man. Xbox is always doing the weirdest stuff. They are. Like, didn't they do something with like nail polish not that long ago? It was like Xbox nail polish or something. I mean, they're always. Oh my God, the dumbest thing I ever saw. The dumbest thing I've ever seen Xbox do. This just reminded me of it. Even Xbox players have to agree. This is dumb. I think it's funny, but it's dumb. I remember Xbox created a jacket, like a coat, to put on your controller. It was like this little small tiny coat that actually went on your controller, dude. Yeah, the controller jacket. Oh my Lord. But here's the thing. Something like that, you would think like, oh, haha, good one. Pretty funny. You could buy it. They're not joking. This is a product you can buy. And that's when I was like, what? What? I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's just... I won't lie, man. If Sony was doing this stuff, I would buy it. I would feel like I have to collect this. This is just, I need this. It's so stupid, but I need it. Sony collaborating with a pasta company, PlayStation Pasta. Oh, hell yeah, dude. You know what? Maybe I have this all wrong. Maybe we need more of this stuff. Maybe we need more of this. Sony, come on, get on it, man. Microsoft's out here. They got jackets for their controllers. They got nail polish. They got body wash. Now they got pizza scented controllers. You're dropping the ball, Sony. Come on. Oh. Sonyos. Yeah, we need some Sony. We need some Sony cereal. Sonyos with Jim Ryan on the box. Saying that type of stuff sells in Japan. Yeah, I bet it does. I mean, there has to be some market for it, right? Anyway, I appreciate Jay Pierce. Thank you for mentioning that to me, man. Because honestly, I had no idea. But I'm like surprised, but not at the same time. You know, like Xbox is always kind of doing this weird stuff. Sony doesn't seem to be into that, which maybe it's for the best. Maybe it's for the best. Although Sony does have their own merch and stuff, you know, like if you go to what is it? PlayStation Gear, I think. Actually, it's been a while since I've checked out the PlayStation Gear website. I wonder if they have anything new. PlayStation Gear Store, I think is what it's called. USA. It doesn't look like they have new arrivals. Ooh. Actually, they have a Joel figure. A Last of Us 2 Joel figure. Oh shit, I'm about to buy this. Yo, straight up. He's got his revolver and he's holding his guitar. I think I'm going to buy this. I actually wasn't expecting... You're saying the PlayStation Pasta is real? Nah. Come on, now you're trolling me. PlayStation Pasta. What? What? No way. GameSpot. PlayStation Pasta serves up Sony's tastiest collaboration yet. No fucking way. At long last, PlayStation Pasta is a reality. Sony has announced that it'll be collaborating with British online supermarket Ocado Ocado, I don't know, I guess that's how you say it, via Eurogamer to release a special edition pasta that'll be available on a PlayStation near you. A box. Oh. What the fuck? I don't think that was real, dude. I just got like a massive pop-up about like that was on GameSpot. There's pictures of this though, and it's actually all right. Here's Push Square. They're more reliable. How did I miss this? This is real. I don't know what I was on GameSpot, and for some reason I got like a massive pop up, which was really weird. But it says if you've fallen out of love with macaroni and it's making you miserable, then this officially licensed PlayStation pasta can rekindle your enthusiasm. Available exclusively in the UK. Dude, I gotta get this. I have to get this imported. It's so the pasta is shaped like the PlayStation symbols. And the PlayStation logos in the back. What? So they're crazy. Sony is crazy. They're even crazier, man. And holy shit, I'm just now realizing that Corey Landiga, the legend Landiga, he comes in and he drops a 50 bomb. As I'm over here talking about PlayStation pasta, the legend returns and he drops a 50 bomb. And I totally missed it. But dude, oh my God.
Holy shit.
Massive, absolutely massive. Holy shit, you guys are crazy. And following up Corey's 50 bomb, Omen86 drops another 5 on top of everything else that he's gifted. That's 55 memberships, dude, between Corey and Omen86. Corey, dude, thank you so much, man. Absolutely massive support from this community. It just doesn't stop. It keeps going. These memberships are still being doled out. I should probably let everybody know. I'm sure mostly everybody in the chat right now knows, but if you want the chance to be gifted a membership, you have to opt into it. Click Corey or Omen86's icon up top at the chat, and it'll ask you if you want to opt in to be gifted a membership. Absolutely huge, man. I did not expect that. Especially, I gotta say, like, I especially didn't expect something like that to happen as we were talking about the PlayStation pasta. Sony's got one up now. They do got, this is real. I thought you guys were screwing with me. But PlayStation pasta is real. And it's in the UK, and I gotta get it. I gotta get it over here. I gotta get that and put it on my shelf in the background. How could I not have that? But yeah, dude. Corey and Omen86, huge shout out to you guys, especially Corey with that 50 bomb, bro, coming out of literally nowhere. Corey, I didn't even know you were here with us today, man. So thank you, first of all, for joining the stream, and a huge thank you for dropping that 50 bomb on us. That actually brings us up to 127 members on the day, which is insane. That's actually insane. I originally had it set to 100 here because you guys already had it at 72, but now I actually have to bump that up to 150 because that's just how insane this community really is. I cannot thank you guys enough. Let me update this goal. And yes, Corey, there's actually PlayStation pasta. We were talking about this because somebody, I think it was Jay, he mentioned to me about the this new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles controller that pizza scented. It smells like pizza. And I didn't believe that either. And then somebody informed me that, dude, like, PlayStation's got their own pasta, man. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. Sure they do. And then I found out they actually do. What the? That is so random. I like can't believe that. I don't know. Like, that to me is even, I don't know. Does PlayStation take the crown for weirdest, like, PlayStation product? That has to be the weirdest, right? Because, like, Xbox body wash, I feel like, okay, it's like, there's maybe like that whole idea like, oh, gamers and their hygiene or whatever. So it's like, okay, I could kind of see that angle. Nail polish, I don't know. Pasta, like that is so random. I love pasta though. I would want to eat that pasta. Dude, I got to buy this and I got to do a stream where I bring out the PlayStation pasta, bro. That would be some funny shit. That would be some funny shit. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine just having like PlayStation showcase? Time to celebrate with some PlayStation pasta. That would be next level. All right. I don't know. So obviously this was not supposed to be a topic today. But yet it is. And that's what I mean, man. This is why I kind of love doing streams, because you just never know. You never know where we're going to go. You never know what topics are going to pop up. If somebody had told me that I was going to be talking about PlayStation pasta on this show today, I would have said, what? Excuse me? But here we are. Here we are. So, yeah, Corey, again, dude, really quick, big shout out for that 50 bomb, bro. That is absolutely colossal. The support, I mean, there's a reason why you're a legend, legendary Landiga. You just continually, month over month, alongside many others in this community, you guys just continue to show your support. And thank you, guys. Off to a very strong start, man. Again, August 1st. Wasn't expecting it, man, but you guys always do it. So let me see here. So Jay, thank you for informing me of that. I have Sonyverse. Let me see. Sonyverse says, MBG, thoughts on the game The GAAS of Genesis. The gunplay looks fantastic. Keep up the great content, friend. The GAAS of Genesis. I haven't seen this. Is this a new game? Was this just announced? The GAAS of Genesis. Let me see. Sorry, I'm just kind of quickly checking this out. Reminds me of Tomb Raider a little bit. Which kind of looks like Lara Croft. It's a drone. Yeah, this is really reminding me of Tomb Raider. Although I'm not seeing any gunplay yet. Let me see. Where is the gunplay? That's what you said looks really good. Funny enough, I don't think there's actually any in this trailer. This really, it reminds me a lot of Tomb Raider though, man. Oh, apparently it's actually, it's inspired by Tomb Raider. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to pay attention to this. I mean, it says new 4K demo. I know you guys can't see this. I'm just trying to get a quick look at it. Ooh. This actually looks pretty good. Dude, the gunplay does look good. It reminds me a little bit of The Last of Us. That's intense, dude. Yeah. It looks good. It's got that Tomb Raider look to it. Gunplay does look pretty solid. I'll have to look at it more in depth probably a little bit later, but not even a game I was aware of, man. Again, there's too many games. There's too many games, dude. I can't keep up. All right, let me see here. So, thank you for that. We have, let me see. Make sure I didn't miss any. B. Flesher. You're saying, number one, Corey, you're a beast. Number two, biggest tips I can give you for Sekiro is rewire your brain to not dodge and parry against most enemies, plus fight every mini-boss. So, I have a follow-up question here, and I'll try to look in the chat here. So you're saying, rewire my brain to not dodge. Oh, okay. I read that wrong. All right. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing is Sekiro is all about timing. It's all about precise parrying. Yeah, I don't know. I won't lie. I'm very used to dodging. So that's where that's going to be tough, man. Like that is going to require me to rewire my brain. But I kind of like it, I can kind of understand why people who master Sekiro, even having not played it yet, I can understand why some people look at it as the best game from Software, like the most rewarding, because every time I played any Soulsborne games, especially from Software, they do have a way of making it really feel amazing to parry and to do a follow-up attack. You're saying the deflection is like Sifu? Ooh. See, that's really what I'm kind of trying to keep in my head is Sifu. It's been a while since I played it, but I think that might be the closest thing. Saying it'll be hard to make the adjustment, but mastering the timing is key. Yeah, I don't know, man. I hope I'm not like I'm either greatly underestimating or greatly overestimating the difficulty of Sekiro. Like I'm either going to go into it and be like, "Yup, this is exactly as difficult as I expected it would be. This is insanely hard." Or I'm going to go in and be like, "This is hard, but I actually thought it was going to be way worse than it is." So we'll find out, man. We'll find out. And Omen 86 drops a 3 bomb, which is interesting. He drops a 3 bomb, and then Fred Vance follows him up with another membership bomb of his own. So 4 total membership gifts, courtesy of Omen 86 and Fred Vance. These guys just keep this membership train going even after Corey's 50 bomb. You guys keep it going. Thank you, man. That brings us up to 131 members on the day. Absolute insanity, man. Absolute insanity. Like that's a huge, colossal number. I mean, the last stream we had was a massive number. And I don't know, I'm not kidding when I tell you guys, like, I do not go into these streams expecting like, oh, it's going to be another big day for members. Like I usually after a big stream, I anticipate, okay, like that was a huge stream. This one, my expectations are almost non-existent. And you guys just come in and I don't know, man, you just keep crushing it every time. Every time. Let me see. So B Flesher, I appreciate that, dude. You're saying fight every mini boss. I'll try to keep that in mind. I'm gonna need a whale emoji. I mean, I don't know, man. There are just some people in the community where they just, I don't ask them to, but they just want to show their support, and they have a big presence here, man. They have a massive presence. And in saying that, dude, Corey Landiga, he does it again. Corey drops a 20 bomb.
Holy
This man just dropped a 50 bomb and then follows it up with 20 more gifts. How do you guys keep doing it? Holy shit. W's in the chat. We need goats in the chat. We need bombs in the chat for Corey Landiga.
Thank you. Appreciate
Corey's going crazy today. He's going crazy like Arnold. Massive, massive membership train today. The number's still climbing. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. And then following up Corey's 20 bomb is Fred Vance with another 5 bomb. This community, man, I don't know. I know some people, they got to dip out while the membership trains are going, but goddamn. Fred Vance with another 5 bomb, dude. Corey with a 20. Where are we at? We're at 156 members. You guys, how did you guys crush 150 members today, man? Like how? How did you do that? I don't understand. I think I understand, but it's just like I'm still in disbelief, man. And Omen 86 gets another 5 in. Omen 86 drops another 5 bomb. You guys will not stop. I'm almost speechless at this point. You guys just keep it going. Thank you, man. I gotta update the memberships again. We're at 161 members. 161 members, dude. I can, I mean, what's left to say, man? This community just does it all. We are growing, man. We are growing rapidly, really. Saying it's because I got Sekiro. Man, this must be some kind of good luck charm or something. I don't know. Yeah, my streams are like commentary on memberships. I know, man. I know. I understand. I do. I get it. I understand that there are some people, they're just not into the membership stuff. And I know that there are people that they feel like they can't watch my streams because they feel like there's too much time spent talking about memberships. But I don't know, man. It's kind of taken on a life of its own, really, in a way. Like, I totally understand and respect if somebody's like, look, that's just not my thing. I don't really want to partake in that. You know, I feel like it kind of gets in the way of the topics. I totally get it. And, but, you know, here's the thing, though. Like, there are solutions to this. And that's why I feel like I'm not going to turn to somebody who has a problem with it and say, you know what, you're right. I think I'll just stop. Well, first off, I mean, these are people who are supporting the channel directly. Like, I literally would not be able to stream as much as I do if it wasn't for like community members doing this, right? For those who are gifting memberships and for those who are super chatting. So because of their support, you are actually getting overall more content from me than you otherwise would. So there's that. Number two, Devil Shooter does timestamps for all the streams. And he gets them done pretty damn efficiently, man. Like, he usually has those timestamps up within a couple hours, probably like 6 to 8 hours after the stream's done. And, you know, that's the thing, is he does kind of label when the membership trains are going. So for people who really are not into this and they don't like it, you know, they can come back to the timestamps and they can just get to the parts that interest them the most. And on top of all that, I still do 3 videos a week. And a lot of times I take some of these topics that we talk about in the streams and I put them into videos in really short, digestible chunks. So that way, you know, again, if you don't want the membership talk, if you're not into the whole like extended community discussion, there's that content. So I feel like there are multiple solutions here for people who, again, like, I totally understand. I'm not going to be rude to those viewers and say, well, if you don't like it, you can just leave. Like, no, I would prefer you stay here. I'd prefer you watch. I'd prefer you, you know, be as engaged with this community as you can. But I understand that not everybody's going to want to do that. And so, you know, that's where I will just kind of relegate them to, here are other options at your disposal. So I think we're doing good, man. I think I have a good balance here. I think generally we have a good balance. One thing that has been made abundantly clear is that we have a very strong community that shows up to every stream. Like, I'm pretty sure I could stream myself cooking pasta, which I will not. It's like probably one of the only things I actually know how to cook. But I'm just saying, like, as an example, I could probably just title my stream like, I'm going to cook pasta, and you guys would show up. And you guys are crazy enough, you probably gift memberships while I'm cooking pasta, because that's just how awesome this community is, you know? And to me, that is something special, man. And I appreciate every person who takes time out of their day to come to my channel, let alone click on the videos, click on the streams. I appreciate every one of you guys, but I certainly have a very high appreciation for those of you who are, again, you make it clear, like, you're here to support me. You appreciate me, not just as a content creator, but as a person. These are all things that go a very long way for me, personally as well. So yeah, sorry for that little tangent there, but, you know, sometimes I have to just kind of point out to people that, look, if you're not into the long streams and you know, you feel like the membership stuff's too much, there are other ways to consume the content here on the channel. With that being said, though, I have a super chat from New Soul 9, and he says, MBG, I would argue Xbox making things outside of gaming is smart to spread the brand as much as possible. By the way, I'm a huge TMNT fan. I love this controller. Yeah, the controller itself looks really cool, man. Like, I could totally see why, if you are a TMNT fan, and well, New Soul 9, you're an Xbox fan too. I mean, I hope you could get one, man. Dude, New Soul 9, I hope, I don't know if you're going to try to enter to win this controller, but I hope you do. And I hope you win it, because if you do, I don't know, man, I need some feedback. I need somebody to tell me what this controller smells like. But no, I hear you, man. I think sometimes it gets a little bit silly, but I like it in the sense that as long as it's not taken too seriously, it depends on the product. Like, honestly, one of the coolest things that Xbox did with the Series X was embrace the fact that it looked like a refrigerator. You know, people were kind of like trying to joke around about it and make fun of it a little bit. And then, you know, Microsoft was just like, let's just lean into this, dude. And they legitimately made an actual Xbox mini fridge that you could buy. And it's a real mini fridge. I don't have one, but I've seen it. And I'm like, that is pretty smart. And I was just waiting for the day because so many people made fun of the PS5, like where it's like, it looks like a modem or like an air filter or something, you know? I was waiting for the day where Sony announces that they partnered with a company to create a PS5 air filter, or air purifier. I mean, that would be pretty funny. Or like a PS5 shaped modem, which actually that would kind of, you know, I mean, it's like it's practical in a way where it's like you game, you need you need an internet modem, you know, especially if you're hardwired, right? So have like a mini PS5 next to your actual PS5. I don't know. So I do agree with you, New Soul 9. I mean, I'm busting Microsoft's balls a little bit and just kind of poking fun because some of the stuff they do, you have to admit, is pretty silly, but it is smart, man. Like generally speaking, I know some people don't like it, but anytime Sony or Microsoft, they're putting the brand out there and exposing the brand to just potentially completely different audiences that would otherwise maybe never even know that the brand exists. I mean, I've seen some, I don't know, sometimes like on rare occasion, if I'm like, I don't go to the mall that often, but you know, I do go to the mall on occasion. And when I do, like, they just have these kind of random stores. I mean, I go to the mall so infrequently that every time I go, there's like new stores there that open up. And sometimes there's just like random PlayStation stuff, you know? For example, I was actually at the mall maybe maybe a week and a half ago. And I forget which store I was in. Again, it was just kind of this random store that I never saw before. It was brand new, and they just had all this random stuff. They had anime stuff. They had a lot of candy for some reason. They had books. They had everything. They had vinyl. And there was just like this little section with like some, you know, they had mouses, keyboards, gaming stuff. And there was just a big mouse pad, like a long mouse pad. It was PlayStation. It was like had the PlayStation logo on it, PlayStation colors and symbols. I'm like, well, that's random. You know, like I didn't expect to see something like that, you know, especially because it's like something for PC. So you do kind of, you know, you do spot these things in the wild sometimes. Bro found himself in Hot Topic. No, it actually wasn't Hot Topic, man. I did pop in a Hot Topic, and I didn't find any PlayStation stuff in Hot Topic. You're saying the original PlayStation mouse? No, it was actually a mouse pad. Like it was one of these long mouse pads, like a long one that like kind of takes up half your desk. It was pretty cool. Probably should have bought it. Sounds like FYE. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. It was kind of similar to that. But again, just so random. Didn't expect to come across something like that. A desk pad. Yeah, I guess that's what it would be called. Let me see here. So I'm all caught up on super chats. I'm going to roll right into another topic. And this is not I see you guys in the chat getting carried away there. Speaking of PlayStation accessories, this isn't a major topic. I just wanted to update you guys on this. Again, there's like no gaming news right now. Things are very quiet. Although I've been streaming for a couple of hours. I could check to see if yeah, I don't see any more gaming news. Oh no, I just wanted to go check to see if maybe there was some kind of breaking news or something I could relate to you guys, but I don't know. It's Tuesday. Things are very quiet. I am seeing apparently Dead by Daylight is partnering with Alien, and so it seems like the next major collaboration for Dead by Daylight is going to be with Alien, which is actually pretty sick. I'm not a big Alien fan, but that's perfect. Like, that's totally perfect. I'm actually surprised that it took this long. All right, so I wanted to just give you an update on the PlayStation 5 earbuds. I don't know how you guys feel about this product. This was announced at the PlayStation Showcase alongside Project Q, or the Q Lite handheld. And I'm actually very excited about these earbuds. I've been wanting PlayStation, specifically Sony, to make something for PlayStation just like this, and I'm so happy they are. So it says, following months of rumors, Sony Interactive Entertainment officially announced PlayStation earbuds during its showcase back in May. However, the company didn't offer any technical information. Now a series of FCC filings reveal what players can expect when the earbuds launch reportedly later this year. I'm assuming they'll launch kind of around like the holiday. So it says, according to the FCC filings spotted by My Smart Price via Notebook Check, the earbuds will support active noise cancellation as well as a USB transceiver. We understand that the USB transceiver will make the device compatible with the PS5. Although the PS5 has Bluetooth capability, it doesn't support Bluetooth audio, which is weird. It is understood that both Sony and Microsoft have skipped the feature for their current-gen consoles due to bandwidth and latency issues. Well, I guess that explains it. That said, the PlayStation earbuds, which will be compatible with both the PS5 and PC, do come with Bluetooth support, and fans hope that Sony will eventually unlock Bluetooth audio on the PS5. Sony describes the earbuds as its, quote, first official wireless earbuds offering lossless audio on PS5 and PC, end quote, promising more details in the months ahead, and the device is expected to release fall of this year. So I just figured I would let you guys know about this. Apparently, we're looking at noise cancellation, which is, I guess, I mean, that's probably a pretty big deal, I would say, to some people. And really quick, Omen86 just can't stop with the membership gifts. He drops another one. Omen86 drops another membership gift. Love to see it, dude. Love to see it. And actually, I think for some reason, my goal says 167, and I think that's, so we're actually at 162 members. I think it says 167 because, again, for some reason, my software here, when we get a membership, what's it called? Milestone chat, it counts that as a new member. I don't know why, but we're actually at 162. So if you don't see it update for a little bit, that's how you know. And we have a super chat here from Josh. Says it's his first super chat, but he says, I think one of your mods has me blocked or something. I haven't been able to send a super chat for about a week. Had to make a new account just to send this. Really? So, that's really weird, Josh. You know what? I'm going to go check that really quick because you're saying I've been trying to give you the PSVR 2 gospel. Yeah, I was wondering, man. I was like, where's Josh? Like, I announced that I'm going to be getting PSVR 2 and Firewall, and I hope that's not the case, man, because there's no reason you should have been blocked, man. Let me go. I don't know, man. Is one of my mods going rogue here? Did they go rogue? Because, Josh, you super chat all the time, man, and you're very polite. Like, I don't know. Let me go check real quick because I'm actually a little bit bothered by that. That's not cool. I have to... Give me just a second here, guys. There's so many settings on here we go. Let me see here. Why is that the, that's weird. Okay. I'm scrolling through, man, and I'm not seeing your name. Still scrolling. I'm pretty far down here. Dude, your name isn't here, Josh. I have no idea. MBG, I also cannot comment. You know what, Josh? Hold on. Josh, I'm assuming you're subscribed to the channel, right? Because I do have subscribers mode only on. Although, what's weird about that is I'm pretty sure you don't have to be a subscriber to donate a super chat. So, saying, Joker says, MBG, I also cannot comment on your channel. Everything I write gets deleted right away. I remember I wanted to give you the list with the physical games. That's really strange, dude. I don't think it's my mods. I'm almost wondering if it's YouTube. You know what? I'll go check. Josh, I have a quick question for you because I actually want to figure this out really quick because that's pretty bad. Josh, let me know in the chat. Have you left a comment on any of my videos recently or on any of my streams? I'm assuming you have because I could check to see because YouTube's system will automatically like hold comments or something, but that shouldn't block somebody. Saying MBG, that's a glitch that happens to me. Yeah, this is the first I'm hearing this. I will tell you this. I noticed that YouTube has been implementing a lot of new updates to their systems in general the past couple weeks. I'm sure you guys have noticed there's just been like random new stuff that they're adding. And I don't know, maybe maybe the stuff they're doing on the back end is having some kind of, I don't know, causing some kind of issue. Let me see. Held for review comments. Oh, Jesus. This is, dude, oh my God. Wading through these comments is like wading through a cesspool, bro. Holy shit. It is bad. Dude, some of these comments are like, what? But I'm not seeing anybody here. I'm not seeing Joker or Josh. Yeah, this is really weird, dude. I wish I had some kind of answer, but you can at least rest assured you're not blocked on the channel. Like the list of people that's blocked isn't that long. And you know what's even weirder? The amount of people that I see actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the amount of people that I see that are always like, am I blocked? Did you block me? You know, did you block me from the channel? And it's like, dude, I don't really block many people. I only block people who are being like dickheads, really, you know? And what's weird about that is like, I'm starting to think like this might actually be a problem with YouTube. And if so, I really hope they sort that shit out. Because that's crazy to me. Because Josh, you are here all the time, man. And you super chat all the time. You're saying, well, it's not possible to post external links on YouTube. But even my normal comment got deleted. Oh, you know what? You know what, man? It makes me wonder if YouTube, like, I don't know. If they like, do you think YouTube like if you try to post a link, do you think YouTube automatically like labels your account as like it's a bot or something? So you just can't like comment anymore? I don't know. Saying why haven't I been blocked yet then, LOL. Recently YouTube said something like my guidelines have been striked, so maybe I can't comment either. Huh. And Josh, with another super chat, man, I appreciate it. You're saying on a second account, he says, yeah, I left a comment on your Q&A member stream. I just made this account, so I'm not subscribed, but I'm not even not even my live chats go through on the main account. You know, let me go check. All right, real quick before because I feel bad, man. Like that's like bullshit, you know? Let me go check my members only Q&A really quick and see if I can see your comment. Where the hell is my, why can't even see my members Q&A. All right, let me see. Because there's not a whole lot of comments here. Well, actually, there's more than I expected, but yeah, it's just not here. The comments just straight up not here. That's so stupid. Like, why? Well, Josh, I really hope, I don't know, man, maybe you should try to contact like YouTube support and see if they can help you out or something, man, because that's weird to me. And the vanishing of Josh, really, I mean, that is so strange to me. You know what? Now that you mention it, I saw somebody mention the other day as well. I forget who it was, but it was a community member that was always here, and they're just like, they haven't been here in a long time. And I was like, oh, I don't know, like maybe they just, I don't know, maybe they just moved on or something. But now I'm starting to think like, because I can see the people who are blocked on my channel, and I can unblock them. And I'm not seeing any of these people. I'm not seeing you. I'm not saying they get deleted after strikes or breaking the terms of service. Damn, dude. I hope that didn't happen to you, Josh. But that's what's weird though, is it's like Josh, he can clearly go on his account and he can still use it. You know what? Here's another question I have, Josh, and you don't have to super chat this. Just try to answer it in the chat. On your other account, is it giving you the same problem when you are you leaving comments on like other people's channels or anything like that, and are they showing up? Like, is it just exclusive to this channel? Because I feel like that would help kind of explain maybe like what's going on. Exley's asking, what are we talking about? I missed it. Basically, a community member, Josh, who's here frequently, I'm sure you know, he super chats a lot. He's always talking about PSVR 2. His account just like isn't working on this channel anymore. Like he thought he got blocked or something. And I went to go check, and he's not on the blocked list. And so he's just trying to figure out, like, he can't post comments, he can't super chat, he can't do anything. He's saying, Joker's saying for him, it's just this channel where comments get deleted. Well, what's weird is you're in the chat here, so I don't know, dude. But that is concerning to me. It is, because it's just like, you know, I don't want to see that shit happen. Like, plenty of people who deserve to get blocked do get blocked. Not too often, but when it happens, you know, and no one will ever hear from them again, because it's like, if you get blocked, it's because you just crossed the line. You know, you're just being a piece of shit. But hearing that you're saying there's a mystery afoot here. Yeah, dude, there's something weird going on. Well, Josh, I'm sorry about that, man. I'll try, like, again, when this stream's done, I'm gonna do a deeper dive into the back end of my channel a little bit. I mean, I went through that list pretty damn thoroughly, but I'll double and triple check it just to make sure, because again, like, my mods are all really good, man. Like, they do not just ban people. They only ban people who, they know who they're supposed to ban when they have to ban them. And they would certainly not ban you. So that's why, I don't know. Very strange. Well, I guess at this point, what I'll say is, I appreciate you coming back to the channel, though, man. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's crazy to me that this man had to make a second fucking account to come back to the channel, and I would have never known. You know, like I would have just been sitting here being like, oh, I guess he just moved on to another channel, you know, or something, or just is done with this channel. And I knew something was up, man. I'm like, you know, I'm talking about PSVR 2, and where's Josh? Where's he at, man? It's the mystery. ABG, it is not your account / channel, bro. Well, either way, Josh, I hope you can stick around, hopefully, with this new account. We all know it's you, so at least I do. So I appreciate that, though. I appreciate you informing me, and I appreciate the super chats, man. And yeah, look forward to my coverage of PSVR 2 in the coming weeks, man. You're saying it could be that he broke YouTube's comment guidelines too many times. Yeah, I don't know how that works. I never thought about that. Like, I don't really comment. You know, I have a branded channel here, so I don't really comment on stuff. And I guess I just didn't really think that, yeah, there's... I don't know, though. That's what's weird, though. Unless maybe Josh is living like a totally different YouTube life outside of this channel, because he's always seemed pretty chill. So... Fred Vance coming in with full-blown conspiracy saying, MBG, maybe YouTube is trying to prevent us from growing. I don't know, man. YouTube can be pretty weird sometimes. I won't lie. It can be pretty weird. Omen86 with another super chat. You're saying PSVR 2 was my baptism in VR. Horizon Call of the Mountain was my first ever VR game. It completely changed gaming for me. I really hope it continues to grow. I'm really happy to hear that, man. Omen, the timing of that, of what you're saying, is great for me, because I know it sounds really weird. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? Boss, this cat just straight up started walking on my laptop. He was about to power this laptop down, bro. He was about to cut this stream. Boss, how dare you? I can't believe he's never done that. Some weird shit going on today. It's gonna be a full moon tonight or what? Boss, come up here, man. Come on. Come on. Don't be walking on my stuff. Just come up. There we go. Well, either way, boss wants to say hi again. I cannot believe he did that. He's never done that. That's so weird. He's just like, I'm just gonna start walking on your laptop, man. I don't care what you're doing. I don't care what's going on. Crazy stuff. And I'm sorry. What I was trying to say, Omen, is I have a genuine nervousness, as silly as that sounds, for PlayStation VR 2, in that I've never experienced VR at all, and just the way that I hear people talk about it, in mostly positive ways. I don't know. It's just kind of, I think a part of me is nervous I won't like it. And maybe that's a little bit negative of me. But I do have that trepidation. You know, it's not even about like the investment side of it. It's just I hope it doesn't become one of these things where it's like, let me take a step back. I do not anticipate that PSVR 2 for me is going to be like, this is how I game now. I don't expect that to happen. But I question, you know, when I first get it, I'll probably play it a decent amount, assuming like I'll be able to adjust to it. And then I'm curious to see, like, in the weeks ahead, in the months ahead, obviously the amount of support it gets will be a major determining factor. I'm just wondering if it's going to be something where it's like I experienced it for a little while and then it's like, okay, and I kind of moved on, or if it's going to actually be something I continually go back to, you know, throughout the remainder of the generation. So I'm a little bit nervous, man. I'm a little bit nervous. Saying it's a bonus. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm viewing it. But that makes me excited, man, because like I've heard plenty of people say that to me, where they're like, dude, once you play VR, it's just, you can't describe it. It's just so different and so transformative. You have to experience it firsthand. And I I don't know. In a way, I feel like I'm maybe kind of grateful that I haven't tried VR yet, and that the best iteration of PSVR that we've had to wait for, you know, maybe that's a good thing that I decided to wait. That'll be my first experience. So I appreciate that super chat, boss. You're being bad today, man. You're being bad today. I could tell he just wants to cause some trouble. MBG, everyone's reaction to VR is, this is the craziest thing I've seen. This is the future of gaming. But most people fall off it after a month or two. See that? Yeah, I wonder, why do you think that is? Why do you think that is? That's so fascinating to me. Because how can you experience something so shocking? You know? I mean, I remember I was at an arcade somewhat recently, and there was this VR setup at the arcade. And I think in this VR setup, it was like a roller coaster, like a VR roller coaster. And this big dude, man, I mean, this guy was huge. Big man. He was there with a couple, either friends or family members, and he sat on, I was just standing there kind of like, chilling. And I noticed him, and he gets in on this VR setup. This man was like screaming bloody murder. And like, not, I guess not in like he was, I don't know, man. He clearly was transported to another world. Like this man, even though he was just sitting there in front of me, not really doing much, the way I was just so crazy to see, man. Yeah, he was on a trip. And I got to witness the power of VR firsthand in this arcade, where I'm like, I mean, I'll be honest, man, he kind of got me a little bit scared. Like, I was like, you know what the hell is going on in that headset, man? The way this man is screaming. And I was like looking around, I'm like, anybody else hearing this right now? Anybody else seeing this? It was pretty funny though. I gotta admit, I was laughing. I was laughing pretty hard. But just a little quick VR story for you there. But yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see if it continues to grow. I'm hoping it does. I'm still optimistic about it. New Soul 9, thank you for the $10, man. You're saying, let me see here. You're saying, MBG, I would recommend you add an artificial AI Jim Ryan voice that shouts out members, and Phil Spencer reads super chats to make your stream easier for you. Plus, it'll be funny. I have to say, New Soul 9, that's not even something I would have never thought of that. Like, I would have never in a million years thought of that. Is that, I don't know, how would you even do that? Something about that sounds, I feel like I could get in trouble for that. Could I not? I feel like I could get in some kind of trouble for that. But that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Jim Ryan shouting out channel members and Phil Spencer reading super chats. That would be next level. I don't think I can make something like that happen. I have no experience with AI whatsoever. Use a TTS with voice program. Yeah, see, I don't know what that is. Is that, I don't know, these just like free programs or apps you can download where you just type the text and it just, basically uses their voice? Because that would be pretty funny. Is there like a, I don't know, really saying TTS? What is, oh, text to speech. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Yeah, that's pretty self-explanatory. So here's my question. How do you get these how do you get the specific voices though? Do you have to feed it or something? And Josh, I see your super chats, man. I appreciate it. I'm going to get to your super chats in just a moment here, bud. Yeah, is that what you do? You give it a sample? That's kind of creepy to me. Enough for me. We'll let the AI do the talk. I don't know about that, dude. I don't know. That would be funny, but something about that creeps me out a bit. I won't lie to you. You know why? Because, it's like, I mean, think about it. Like, my voice is everything for my content, for my channel. Without my voice, I mean, what would there really be here? I mean, I know I'm on camera for my streams and stuff, but it kind of creeps me out that like people can just at will just take your voice and do whatever they want with it. That, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I guess I never really considered, like, I feel like there might be kind of a morality thing there a little bit. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. You know what would be really funny? If I read, not if I read, but if I did, because when I do my news videos, I'm still not on camera. If I just did a news video with Jim Ryan's voice, like I just typed up an entire news video script and it's just Jim Ryan talking the whole time. That'd be pretty, maybe for like April Fools or something. That'd be pretty freaky, but it does freak me out a little bit. It does, because it's like, make an Xbox AI version of yourself, like the evil version. Oh my God, dude. Imagine that shit. Now that's a total mindfuck. Creating an AI version of myself that's actually an Xbox fan and arguing with that version of myself. Arguing with an artificial version of myself. Or having like debates. That's a total mindfuck, bro. New Soul 9 has opened a whole new can of worms here. Evil Arnold laugh. Bizarro MBG. There you go. This is why actors and writers are striking right now. Yeah, I'll have to think about that, man. Because, like, I don't know. I don't want to, like, cross lines. You know what I mean? And, I don't know. I guess I just think to myself, like, how would I feel if somebody was using my voice in AI and, like, saying some, like, stupid-ass shit? It would make me feel a little weird. I won't lie. I'd be like, damn, that's kind of fucked up. So, I don't know. But it's an interesting idea, New Soul 9. And Omen86, no matter what, is just not letting the membership train stop today. He drops another gift. Omen86 with another gift. Speaking of Jim Ryan.
The games do our talking.
That brings us up to, so we're actually at 163. My counter's at 167. All right, let me see here. So, Corey Landiga with your $10 super chat. Appreciate that, bud. You're saying, I hope I don't get blocked or labeled as a bot because that'd suck. It absolutely would, man. I don't think you will. I mean, that's, again, I don't know what's going on here. I wouldn't worry too much about it, though, man. I wouldn't. Because this seems to be I don't want to say it's like an isolated thing, but it seems to be a rare thing. Let me see. So Corey, yeah, I guess just be, that's the one thing I would recommend to people. Some people are saying that, if you break like YouTube's terms of service with like comments or something, or I don't know, I guess you'd have to do certain things you're not really supposed to. I don't know what that would be. I don't know, so just, I guess, be aware of that. Like, just don't be super rude, I guess, Which, Corey, you're definitely not, man. Not at all. Let me see. So, Josh, really quick, Omen86, you're saying, I bought the VR2 on good faith, not disappointed. Okay. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at, man. I'm buying it on good faith, and I hope I feel the same, dude. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Let me see, Josh, I'm going to read all your super chats. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you for them. You're saying, I wanted to say check out some of the bigger VR channels for the best PSVR 2 games out there, and you will find some really good ones to look out for. Don't put all your eggs in the Firewall basket. You continue by saying, I'm also hoping Firewall slaps, but there are good games out, my dude. Something you need to prepare for is the things that make 2D games great aren't exactly what make VR games great. Another thing I found with VR when I started was some games made me feel more queasy than others. So don't judge on just a couple of games. Also, you will need to build a tolerance. It's going to be a weak process. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so and sorry, you got one more down here. You're saying, lastly, I got to call out some fear, uncertainty, and doubt about PSVR 2 that I see you discuss a lot, MBG. PSVR 2 has been out for about 4.5 months, and there are more bangers on it than Xbox released this whole generation. Support check. Damn, Josh just went in hard right there, man. Josh just went in hard. He didn't he didn't hold back. And I think you're right. I think you're right about that. Which is crazy to think. And yeah, so the most I am prepared to have to build up a tolerance for it. Like I do suspect that when I first play it, like I don't imagine myself playing VR2 for like a couple of hours. I imagine like maybe 45 minutes, maybe an hour, maybe even that'll be pushing it since it's my first ever time experiencing VR. And maybe a half hour, you know? And I imagine it'll just be something where it's like each time I go to play it, I'll try to just play a little bit longer. And I don't know. I don't know what the games are going to feel like. So I don't know if it's going to be something where, you know, if I play for like 20 minutes, I'm like, okay, I think I have enough right now. I'm good. Or if it's going to be like, man, this is incredible. I want to stay here and keep doing this. I'm afraid of it giving me a headache. I don't know if that's a thing that people experience. And that's one thing I'm nervous about. Like, I don't know, you're saying it makes you feel queasy and nauseous. That's weird to me too, because it's like, I don't know what that's like. I don't think, you know, like I obviously, nobody likes feeling nauseous. And I hate feeling nauseous, but I'm trying to imagine like what I would be experiencing in front of my face. I guess just like the movement or something. I don't know. But yeah, you mentioned other games too, that there are like plenty of other games to get like involved with, or like bangers, you know, not to just stick with one game. I mean, one of the things I was considering is maybe like that Walking Dead game. That actually looked pretty good. You're saying play while standing up for a start. You know what? So that I'm not sure of. Like you're saying car sick feeling on occasion. I don't get car sick. Like, I don't know. I like my wife gets car sick sometimes, you know, or like, not that I don't go on boats or anything very often, but like I never got that kind of feeling. So I'm kind of hoping that will make it, I'm kind of hoping that that's a good sign that I'll be pretty good with it. You're saying played The Exorcist at night, bro. Damn, talk about fear. Would it have an Exorcist PSVR 2 game? Holy shit. See, this is something I haven't even thought of. I've been so focused on Firewall Ultra, I totally forgot like there's a whole probably offering of different horror games on PSVR 2. And ooh, well, no, I don't know, man. I kind of now I'm getting that just kind of got me excited because I'm like, dude, I feel like I haven't been scared like by anything in a long time. I haven't. Like I mean, I've watched horror movies and it's like, oh, okay, you know, a little scary here and there. I don't know, man. Now I'm I know there's Resident Evil 8. So a question I have really quick. What horror games, for those who have PSVR 2, like what horror games would you recommend? Because I don't know, I might consider picking one up and try. You know what? I'm wondering if I'll even be able to do it though. Outlast. Outlast is a fucking incredible game, dude. I didn't really like the sequel that much though. I like the first Outlast. Ooh, that sounds like it'll be fun. I mean, the only thing about Outlast is I have played it before and I have beaten it. Outlast was an amazing game. Yeah, I don't know. The sequel, unfortunately, it didn't quite hit, didn't land. Saying there's so many games, and genres in VR, it's amazing. The Exorcist and Paranormal Activity games are games that were good. Not sure if they made it to PSVR 2. Wes, you're saying it's always hard for me to play through even to this day. Yeah, dude, Outlast was an amazing game, man. I think that's actually one of the best horror games I ever played, for sure. Omen86, again, dude, thank you for the generous super chat, man. Thank you for all the generous support on the channel, bro. You're saying I started with Horizon VR and had no motion sickness at all. I highly recommend Moss. I heard about that one. It's so awesome to see that little mouse standing right in front of you. You can actually stroke his head and high five the little guy. It's so interesting to hear that description, because it's like I can visualize it, but I know that I can't. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I can visualize it, but I know I don't understand the feeling of it. I'm trying to hype myself up, man. I won't lie. You know, I'm sure you guys have realized by now that I can be a pretty stubborn person at times. You know, one of the things that this community should be proud of themselves for is being able to, over the years, convince me to do different things that, I'll be honest, like, if it wasn't for the community kind of nudging me a bit, and sometimes aggressively nudging me, you know, if it wasn't for that, I can assure you there are many things I would have probably never tried. Not probably, I know I wouldn't have. And I don't know, man. I'm not saying PSVR 2 is necessarily one of them, but maybe it is, you know, because, like, I noticed as the months would go on, I'm just like, as the conversation around PSVR 2, it's not that it completely died. It's just that, like, it's not at the forefront necessarily at all times. It just became easy for me to just kind of be like, just forget about it. But Resident Evil 4, yeah, that one, that to me could be the killer app for sure, because I played Remake. Resident Evil 4 is one of my favorite games ever. Spent so much time with that game. To me, that sounds like it could be a transformative experience. Like, even though you've experienced this game before, you've never experienced it like this. Like, this is, you know, it just kind of makes me think back to, what was it, 2005, when RE4 first came out. Like, my first time playing Resident Evil 4 and all those years playing it, I think mostly on PlayStation 2. And just this idea that, like, did you ever think that, you know, 10, 15, I don't know, however, how many, so it came out in 2005, so it's been, geez, man, that's crazy. I can't believe how long ago that came out. No, it's just crazy to think, like, all these years later, like over 15 years later, right? You're going to be able to experience this game in, like, just completely remade from the ground up in a VR headset. You know, it's like, I feel like that's kind of stuff that people, you know, like, would dream of, really. And now it has become a reality. So, yeah, dude, I'm slowly, I can feel it, you know? I'm slowly getting there. I should have PSVR 2 in the next couple of weeks. My goal is to have it in my hands by the launch of Firewall Ultra, which I think comes out the 24th. But hopefully I can get it a little bit before that. Some people were saying should probably try to get it before if I can, so I can spend some time, like, getting used to it and building up the tolerance. And now, you know, really quick though, the other thing I want to mention that Josh said that fascinates me, and I don't know, maybe you guys can elaborate on this a little bit. He says, something I need to prepare myself for is that the things that make 2D games great aren't exactly what make VR games great. Now, I'm curious, like, so that does make sense to me, because it's like, well, it's like when you think about why so many great 2D games just don't necessarily immediately translate to a good VR game. So my question, I guess, is, what exactly would you say makes a good VR game? Like, what makes it stand out? What makes it feel like this is it? Ray, I see in the chat you're saying Visage. Is that the game, man? There was this one game that I heard is so fucking scary, and I think it might be that one. Is that available in VR? Saying it's not as much about combat and movement. It's about the controls and fluidity. That makes sense. Saying Visage was really good as well. Visage is horrifying. I heard about that game Madison as well. I won't lie. Like there's these indie horror games that they kind of all blend together a little bit to me. Interactivity in VR is crucial. It's got to feel like you are really there. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes. I mean, I guess it's kind of a given, right? You know what? I actually think it makes me wonder what is a bad VR game then. Is that what would be considered like a bad VR game? Like one that just is like, if you feel like you're not there, like you feel like you just have a screen strapped to your eyeballs. Like, is that what makes, I guess, a bad VR game? And Josh with another super chat, man. You're saying, and thank you for all the super chats, bud. You're saying, I don't play PSVR 2 every day either. It's like a couple of days a week thing. And RE8 is phenomenal, bro. Way scarier, but way more visceral. Also, Synapse is John Wick mixed with Magneto when you get rolling. Yeah, I'm hearing really good things about Synapse, dude. I'm hearing really good things. Like, that seems like it's going to be a must play. Man, I got to be careful. See, this is where I got to figure out how I'm going to balance this stuff, man, because I got to play Sekiro. I'm still playing Remnant 2. I want to platinum Remnant 2. I'm like pretty close to it. I think I need like 19 more trophies. I have a bit of grinding to do. And I don't want to give up on it. And actually, I just realized, like, I guess you'll be able to platinum games in VR. I'll be able to platinum games in VR now, right? Like, I'm assuming Firewall Ultra will have a platinum, correct? Yeah, man. It's gonna be interesting. You're saying Sekiro won't take more than 2 weeks? You platinumed it in 5 days? Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen for me, man. I don't think that's going to happen at all. That would be quite shocking. Well, yeah, man, I got to say, these conversations we're having right now about PSVR 2, it does get me excited, man. It does. I'm feeling very optimistic. I guess I'm also really curious. Like I'm just really curious to know, even for me, man, like what I'm gonna think of it. Because I don't know. In a way, that is kind of exciting. Saying wait until VR hits all sensory perception may induce real heart attacks. Yeah, see, that's when I think about the horror games, and I'm like, I don't want to like legitimately stress my body out to an unhealthy degree. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to play a game where it's like, holy shit, this is so fucking scary. Like, I'm actually terrified. Like, I'm sweating and I'm like basically panicking because it's that terrifying. Like, that to me is like, well, is that what? I don't know. Like, maybe I would love that though. Like, maybe that's like a massive adrenaline rush where it's like, oh my God, dude, normal video games could never make me feel this way. You know? So that's where it's like, I don't know. I guess I might learn something about myself. PlayStation VR 2 might teach me something about myself, which would be interesting. I should film my first reaction. I know you can stream, so you can stream with PSVR 2. So I don't know that I'll stream I don't know. I think the reason why I would be afraid to stream my initial reaction is because I don't know. I honestly, I think one of the things I'm really nervous about is breaking something, because this is not the biggest room, as you can see. And I did see somebody mention earlier that I should start by playing standing up. That's another question that I have. Is it difficult to play some of these games, if not most of them, seated? Like, does it feel bizarre because your brain is in it's in a state where it's like you gotta stand in order for this to feel natural? And if you sit down, do you get all like discombobulated and confused? Saying you don't walk around in real life. Well, yeah, I know that. I know you don't walk around in real life, but I just mean like standing versus being seated. Initial reaction, MBG puts a fist through the window. You saying you hate VR sitting personally? It doesn't mess with your stomach or anything. It's just immersion breaking. Okay. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That gives me a good idea. You're saying you get motion sickness more easily when you're sitting down. That's what Omen says. Yeah, this is gonna be quite an interesting process. There's layers to it, man. Omen86, you're saying I don't like heights. Horizon VR. In Horizon VR, I was jumping towards ropes, hanging over cliffs, scary as hell, trembling knees and all. Not even joking. Damn, dude. See, that's what's crazy. That's what's wild to me. Is it's just like that's. I mean, I don't know that I'm afraid of heights. I mean, I don't know. I definitely don't feel comfortable with heights. Like I'm not like terrified, but definitely not comfortable with it. And so that's so interesting to me. And actually, I don't know if I'm going to get Call of the Mountain Horizon. I guess I should. I kind of forgot about that game. Well, it should be an interesting experience nonetheless, guys. Clearly, it's going to be a fascinating experience. I'm building myself up to it. Saying there are a lot of demos on PSN. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's actually really cool. That's very helpful. I didn't even think about that. That'll be a great way to maybe judge which VR games I'm feeling and which not. Assuming you're talking about VR demos. Not VR related. The only game I ever got sucked from, I don't know what you meant to say there, is Ghostwire Tokyo. I tried it 3 times, got sick sick from. You tried it every time, looked online, and many people have the same issue. So you're saying that playing Ghostwire Tokyo actually made you feel sick? Ghetto God, is that what you're saying? Because that makes me feel better. No, I mean, it sucks for you, obviously, but it makes me feel better because it's like I platinumed Ghostwire Tokyo and I was totally fine. So maybe that's a good sign. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was a game that. It kind of makes sense though when I think about it. Yeah, and the more I think about it, like I mean, you're the way you're scaling buildings and stuff and moving around in that game. Imagine playing it in VR. MBG, you have VR safety measures. Also, you have an external camera to see your surroundings when needed. Yeah, that'll definitely be helpful. Well, you know what? I have one other question before I move on to the final topic of this stream. And maybe Omen86, maybe you can answer this one, or anybody else who's played Call of the Mountain. Is it an easy platinum? I'm just wondering, because like that, I'm trying to gauge, like, I don't know, I am a trophy hunter, so I assume if I do play some of these VR games, like one of the things I'll probably try to do is get the platinum for them. How, like, I don't know how you, I'm assuming these trophies are really easy to earn because VR is not, I mean, it's VR, right? Like the trophies are inherently going to be different than, the 2D games. You're saying it is? Okay. How many platinums do I have? I think I have 34 at this point. I'm trying to get to 50, but I'm not trying to like forcefully get myself to 50. Like 50 games that are worth platinuming to me. I'm not a trophy hunter that just wants to get platinums for the sake of getting platinums. It's just every platinum I earn, I want to know, like, this was a game I actually really wanted to get the platinum for. There have certainly been games where I've tried to get the platinum or hoped to get the platinum, but I realized, like, this just isn't it for me, you know? Hold on now. You're saying there are collectibles in Horizon Call of the Mountain. Ooh, I don't know about that, man. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I would like VR. Maybe I would like finding collectibles in VR. Maybe that would be the enjoyable experience. Are they hard to find? This is so fascinating to me. I didn't even consider this. You're saying platinums are far too tedious for you. Actually, you only have one. I mean, it's totally... I get it, man. I've always told you guys, I wish trophies didn't exist. I do. Because, like, I get an itch in my brain when there's a game I really like. I'm like, I gotta platinum it. I have to. And if trophies didn't exist, I would play games differently. I would. Probably for the better. Certainly for the better. But my brain is a little bit broken, and people just say, well, just don't care about them. It's like, if only. If only I could just not care about trophies. It'll never happen. The only way I could not care about trophies is if trophies didn't exist. So, saying you get it, though. Yeah, it can be kind of addicting at times. Like, it's not necessarily, you know what? It's not necessarily addicting as much as there is a very specific feeling, and I don't know if you guys, if other trophy hunters here feel this way. There's like this very specific feeling I get where the closer I get to the platinum, like the more intense it gets. Like the itchier, I guess you could say, it gets. Like the more I need to scratch that itch, where it's like it's right there. Like I'm so close, and it just kind of creates this momentum. And it's actually a very satisfying feeling. Like when you're just honing in on it and it's right there. And then the trophy pops and you're like, I did it. You can smell it. Yeah. What classes am I running in Remnant 2? I'm running... So I'm... In one of my upcoming streams, I'm going to have to deep dive Remnant 2. Because I put like 50 hours in this game and I have hardly talked about it. So we'll have to talk more about this game, but the classes I'm running right now are Gunslinger and Medic. And I just now started playing on a harder difficulty. I've been playing just on the regular casual difficulty just to understand the game, get a feel for it. Now I'm on, I think it's veteran difficulty, and definitely getting my ass handed to me in some instances. Saying, is it worth a buy, MBG? You know, I'll be honest, I paid $70 for it, and I did that because I wanted to get early access to it. But honestly, like, knowing it's a $50 game, I do think it's worth it. If you like looter shooters, but you also like the Dark Souls formula, when I say Dark Souls, like, this game is not Dark Souls in the sense that it's difficult. And a lot of times it's actually not, right? This game Remnant 2, it's not very difficult. It can be difficult. You can choose the difficulty, but it just has that kind of design where there are levels, there are enemies. You have to get from checkpoint to checkpoint and then to a big boss battle. And it is kind of addicting. My biggest complaint with this game, at this point in time, because I've put 50 hours into it. Well, first off, to answer your question, for $50, it is worth it. It's a good game. Like, it's not the best game I ever played, but it's better than I expected. I'll put it to you that way. Certainly. Like right now, I'd say my experience is a solid, like, 8 out of 10. Like, pretty good, right? Maybe a 7.5. Maybe a 7 point, only because, I don't know, man. Some of the story plot points are a little like, don't buy this game for the story. It's all about the gameplay. The gameplay is like an 8, 9 out of 10 once you really get it going, once you get deeper into it. But forgot what I was just saying a moment ago. So apologies for that. But in Remnant 2, what I did want to mention is the end boss. I feel like the game needs to be balanced out a little bit. Like, they definitely have to fix something with this game where I was trying to fight the last boss in the game on the base difficulty, like the easiest difficulty. It's not easy mode. It's just regular standard. Last boss of the game, have 2 co-op companions. Okay, 2 friends. I kid you not, we probably reran this boss battle like 20 plus times. It was ridiculous, dude. It's a 3-phase boss battle. We just couldn't do it. It was like infuriating. And out of curiosity, so, I was like, whatever. I'm just gonna, walk away from it for now. Went to go play it solo the next morning, beat that boss battle first try. It was a night and day difference in difficulty. And I'm like, what? Like, it was like, to me, it was something was broken. It was almost like when I had 2 other companions, I expected it to be more difficult, but it's like they bumped it up to the hardest difficulty, which I forget what they even call it, but it's like a ridiculous difficulty. And then when they left, it was just like, well, now it's back to your normal mode. I just couldn't believe that. So I think there are just some aspects of this game that are a little bit broken. I know that some of the trophies are glitched, but I think all of those trophies that are glitched actually get fixed. Like, you can overcome it by playing it offline and playing it solo. Yeah, the apocalypse difficulty. But it's a good game, man. And as once I hopefully platinum it and I play it more, I'll give you guys a deeper dive into it, because it's a solid experience. But it's one of these games where, like I said, I didn't purchase Remnant 2 expecting it to be one of the best experiences I have this generation. I'm not expecting it to be like as memorable as my first time playing Bloodborne or something like that, or Dark Souls. I just expected it to be a good, fun game that I could look back on pretty fondly. And so far, that is exactly what it's turned out to be. So let me get to these super chats I have. Floasis H2 Flow, thank you, man. You're saying, please play Resident Evil Village even if you played it flat screen. Also, I've been playing Synapse, and that game proves PSVR 2 has incredible potential. Yeah, RE8 is an interesting one because I've heard really good things about it, but I don't know, man. See, that's the thing. I know there's going to be so many different games to play on PSVR 2. I'm going to have to take it slow. That's for sure. But there's also, like I said, man, knowing that Resident Evil 4 is coming out, I almost feel like I want to wait for my first Resident Evil experience in VR to be with that. But we'll see, man. We'll see. And Synapse, yeah, that's going to be a game I have to play. Again, I've just heard such incredible things about Synapse. It's like, it seems like if you're a PSVR 2 owner, that is a must-play game. So I appreciate that, Floasis. Josh, you're saying sitting and standing will vary depending on the game you're playing. Have you seen the amount of VR2 games on the PlayStation Store? Also, all these chats for GT7. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, good. Good call out, man. I don't know why I forget sometimes that GT7 is available on PSVR 2. I guess I'll have to experience that as well. That's going to be fun. That'll be interesting. You did say that. Yeah, I appreciate you holding your word, Josh. That's very kind of you. Really appreciate it, dude. To get a physical copy of that. And that makes sense. Sitting and standing, varying. Yeah. Like on the game, it makes it. Because I was like thinking, like, how do you play GT7 standing? MBG, what happened to the Series X emoji? Unfortunately, man, I had to remove it to make room for the other emojis. Because the thing is, the only way we can unlock more emojis, it's pretty difficult actually, because we've reached such a high threshold for total amount of members. The way YouTube does it is like every certain amount of members you get at one time. That's the key factor. At one time, not total cumulatively. At one time, that depends on whether or not, you have to hit that goal to unlock a new emoji slot. And we hit such a high, I forget what the total amount of members we had at one given time. It was a ridiculous number though. It was a big number, and that's why we have so many emojis unlocked. But the next number is so high. I don't want to say it'll probably, but I hope it'll happen one day. It's just a matter of, I don't know when that day is going to come because it's a very high number. So in the meantime, if I have any new emojis I want to use, I have to be very careful about which ones I want to keep, which ones I want to replace. And I figured, we're a PlayStation channel, so I guess, the Series X, making way for a GOAT or Spider-Man or something makes sense. And as I'm saying that, man, we have Corey Landiga dropping another 5-bomb today, dude. And on top of that, Omen86, these guys, they just keep gifting this community, man. Omen86 drops another 5. That's a total of 10 memberships dropped, 10 memberships gifted. Guys, I just want to remind you, we have 174 new members today. There is members exclusive content out there for you, okay? Most recently, just a couple days ago, I uploaded a 20-minute Q&A session. We'll be doing more of those in the future. Go check that out. There's some exclusive gameplay. There's some exclusive streams. There's all that different stuff, and there's only going to be more coming down the line. So thank you guys so much for continuing to keep the membership train going and growing this community, man. MBG, I think it's YouTube with something. I've been getting messages saying I have to subscribe. I do have subscriber-only chat on. Yeah. I think it's been keeping a more filtered chat, which is nice. Let me see here. I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I got The Rock. Thank you for the 10, man. He says, hey, broski, just got out of work and you're still going, LOL. Just got the SM2 plates from a scalper for $190. I had to, bought the controller, have to have the plates as well. Well, yeah, first off, I am still streaming. I forgot that, yeah, you did send a super chat earlier too when you were on your lunch break. Like I said, man, I PlayStation Pete was here earlier. I think he still might be here, but he said that he did the same thing. He bought plates, I think, for $200. And I look, I don't like when people react like, oh man, like what's wrong with you? I just feel like, look, I understand why some people have the mentality like I would never buy anything from a scalper. I totally get that and I respect that. But I don't think there's anything wrong with like a person deciding like I this is worth it to me because it's going to make me happy. I get it. I know we don't want to support the scalpers, and I don't. But it's just like with anything else, man. Like it can be viewed one of two ways. I get that it's like, oh, you're supporting the scalper, but at the same time, like, who am I to say what a person should or shouldn't do if it's going to make them happy? Like, I would not feel right saying like, I don't like if I told The Rock right now, like, dude, you shouldn't have done that. What's wrong with you? Like, he's just going to feel bad or annoyed. And it's like, who cares, man? Like, dude, it's your money. You earned it. You're free to do what you want with your money, man. And if that's what made you happy, that's all that matters. That's your happiness, Like, who am I to determine whether or not you should be happy for a purchase you made? That's I guess I'm just trying to say, like, that's an individual choice, man. Like, I'm not going to judge somebody for doing that. It brings me back to, like with the PS5, when the PS5s are being scalped, that was a little bit different where I would try to encourage people to try your best to avoid buying from a scalper because they will become available. Like, if you wait, the problem will be solved. This is different to where it's like, I get it, man. Insomniac straight up said they're not making any more, and these things are only going to go up in price. So if it's like one of these things where it's like, you're going to go for it no matter what, I get it. I get it, man. I get it. saying, but your compliance to a scalper. I know it's it's between a rock and a hard place. You know, you're saying the consumer isn't responsible for scalpers. The store should be responsible. I mean, I'll be honest with you right now. It's clear what Sony's doing here. And I'm not... I understand why they're doing it. Like, it's business-wise, it's smart. I wish that they would be a little bit more lenient with it, though. But it's clear what's happening. Sony purposely made a very, very, very limited amount. I know it's called limited edition, but I mean, they really limited how many plates you could buy separately because they have a console they want to sell you. They know that they want to get people, they want to funnel people to that Spider-Man 2 bundle. That's what they want to do. And they don't want everybody just getting the plates. Sony, okay. Sony could produce as many of these Spider-Man 2 plates as they wanted. But again, man, like they really made them severely limited, and it does suck. I do wish, because I agree, it's not the consumer's fault. It is Sony's fault. And I do wish that they produced a little bit more, or at least did like a second run or something, announced they're going to do a second run to give people a chance, because that was crazy. Dude, I was there at 10 a.m. on the dot. They were gone. They were fucking gone. Like, dude, there had to have been like 100 or like less than 100 plates or some shit from PlayStation Direct. It was crazy. So business-wise, it's smart, but on the and that's another reason why, dude, I'm not gonna shame anybody for buying from a scalper. It does suck. Like I'm sure DeRock and PlayStation Pete, they don't want to support scalpers, but that is the only option. It's literally the only option. And if you have the money and you know that's gonna make you happy, I don't blame them, man. Like I've been thinking about how I missed out on getting the God of War Ragnarok controller. I just totally passed up on it. And now I feel like I'm regretting that. And I'm thinking like, damn, I think I might want to try to get that to collect it. And I was looking and I would have to buy it from a scalper for like $200. And I'm seriously evaluating like, how much do I want this? How important is it for me to have that as part of my collection? Granted, that's mostly my fault because I didn't even try to get it when it came out. But Omen says, ironically says, some crazy people spend more on MBG memberships. I appreciate it, dude. You're saying I paid my buddy cost plus $100 for my PS5 at launch. He was in a bad spot due to the pandemic, but had pre-ordered the system. Well, yeah, I mean, that's different, I feel like that's like a more personal, like you're actually like helping out a friend in that case. But either way, man, I hope it makes you happy. And yeah, I will be very interested to see how Sony does this going forward, because I think it's clear that, I mean, who knows, man? I might be one of these people. I would have been, like I was very lucky to be able to get these Spider-Man 2 plates, and I really wanted them. Like I really wanted these plates, man. And I don't know, I just really wanted them for my collection, and maybe to use. I don't know. Like either way, I just wanted them really badly, and I would very likely be sitting here evaluating if I'm gonna buy them from a scalper or something if I wasn't able to secure them. But in the future, that might have to be what happens, because I'm assuming Sony's going to do this for all their major first-party games going forward. It would be weird if they didn't. If they do a PS5 Pro Wolverine bundle, though, I'm buying that. Like, I'm buying that 100%. Oh my God, are we going to see that happen with the PS5 Pro? Shit. I hope Sony can produce enough PS5 Pro units to where we don't run into a problem there. How long before the limited edition MBG mugs? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done any merch runs in a long time. I'm just always unsure of what to do merch-wise. Like, I don't know, like, if people want to buy like mugs or shirts with like just the MBG logo on it. I don't know that that's something anybody really wants or would care about. And when it comes to trying to do like more creative merch, I don't know. I'm just not sure what to do. Like, people have mentioned like you should do like a triple anus shirt, and it's like, should I though? Like, is that like would people actually want that? Like, because I don't know. In my mind, I'm thinking like, who's gonna walk around with a shirt that says triple anus on it? But then again, I don't know. Like, maybe some of you guys would just want it to just have, right? Shirts with MBG Army / Battalion. Yeah, that could work. That's an interesting one. A triple anus mug. Ooh, yeah. Maybe a mug. I didn't think of that one. Yeah, I'll see what I can do, guys. I have to try to think about what would be worth doing some merch, or putting on some merch. If you guys have any ideas, feel free to float them by me. MBG come to Texas, you'd be surprised what people wear. You know what? Actually, I guess I wouldn't be. Because speaking of, I was at the mall the other day, and I went in Spencer's for a little bit, and the first thing I see just right in front of me, just shirts, black shirts, and on it just says, "I love MILFs, I love sluts," and I'm just like, oh, people buy this? Like, it was the first thing in the store. Like, it must be something that sells a lot because it was right there, and they have like promos and shit, and I'm like, what? Like, this is. People buy these are the popular shirts that people are buying and wearing. Like, okay, I mean, maybe that's perfect. Maybe a triple anus shirt is exactly what I need to do. Milkification merch. Milkification. That sounds so bad, dude. That sounds worse than triple anus. I don't know. Does it sound worse? How do we come up with these terms here, man? There's some kind of weird, like, I don't know, just weird, fucked up layer to MBG lore here, where we just come up with these terms. I come up with them somehow, subconsciously. What's wrong with me? What about an MBG shirt with a dumbbell on it? Oh yeah, that could work. Yeah, I'll think about it, guys. I'll think about what I could do. Tyson Webb, you're saying I have an MBG hoodie from like 2 years ago. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. I wonder which one it is. Because currently, none of my merch is on sale. So that's like, anybody who did buy merch while it was available, that's like rare stuff now. That's like one of a kind in a way. So good shit. Yeah, Tyson Webb, I'm curious. Let me know which logo was that, or which piece of merch. I'm genuinely curious. Saying the Ranch Juice mug is great. Yeah, I had the Ranch Juice mugs out for a while. Jim Ryan on the front, on the back, enough for me. We'll let the games do the talking. Dude, I could not sell merch with Jim Ryan on it, bro. I'm like certain I would get in trouble for that. I'm positive I would get in trouble for that. There's no way you bought your MBG hoodie on eBay for $600. God damn. All right, let me see here. I got Hen Revens. You're saying all I can think about playing a game I want to platinum is whether or not I'm being efficient. For some games, it destroys my love for them. That's a great, that's a great thing to bring up here. I agree. For me, if I look at a trophy list and I'm like halfway through the trophies and I realize like there's no, like, the trophies that I have left to unlock to get the platinum are just going to ruin this game for me, I'll probably just put it down and say, this isn't worth it. But I won't lie. When there's a game I want to platinum, it's really difficult for me to not go the extra mile to platinum it. Like, I won't lie. There are times where I begin to like feel like I fucking hate this game. Like, I hate this game. In that moment, it fades. Like once I get the platinum, it's all good, man. You know, it's all gravy at that point. No hard feelings, but Returnal's a great example, dude. Returnal, I hated Returnal for a good like 25 hours of playing that game. And it was the last 25 where, because for some reason they decided the glyphs you needed to get were going to be RNG, just randomly generated. And I wanted to just, oh man, my wife witnessed it, man. I got so angry at times. I was like, I'm taking this disc out. I'm fucking done. I'm done with this game. And, you know, a day or two later, I'd be like, fuck it. All right, I'll give it one more try. Because I needed one more trophy, dude. One more. And it drove me nuts. And that's a great example of like chasing the platinum for Returnal legitimately made me hate that game for the last like 25 hours. Not 25, maybe like 15 to 20 hours. But that's a long time. And it was painful. But once I got it, I was like, I did it. Like the relief I felt. I'm like, I did it. An Omen 86, man. Omen 86 gets us to 175. We are at 175 members. I'm a little bit behind here. He drops another membership gift. I got to give you guys one of these for hitting that goal. That wasn't even a goal today, but just being able to get to 175. That's crazy, dude. Great start to the month here on the channel. Really. Easily the best start to an August ever. Thanks to you guys. You're saying I'll get a picture and put it on one of your Twitter posts. All right, man. Yeah, that'll be cool to see. And Fred Vance jumps in and drops another membership gift, getting us to 176 on the day. Fred coming in.
Thank you.
Again,
Appreciate it.
being the ADHD. I know he likes it. It's his favorite thing. Let me see. I have Carlos. Thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, I got PSVR 2 and never returned something so fast. VR is an expensive gimmick. Ooh, that's an interesting take. So complete opposite of what I've been hearing. I mean, I'm just curious. You can just let me know in the chat, Carlos. What about it didn't you like? Like, what game did you try playing? Like, what made you just say, I'm not doing this? Just out of curiosity. But, you know, I've seen that from a couple people. You're not the only one. For as many people as, you know, I've seen plenty of people say that it was transformative for them. And they love it. I have seen a few people, not a lot, but just a handful, basically saying that they had to return it. They just couldn't get adjusted to it. It just wasn't for them. MBG VR takes time to get used to. Well, at least I'm going into that prepared for that, you know what I mean? Knowing that it's going to take a little bit of time. MBG, a mug that says PS5 in the front and triple anus in the back. Finding the sweet spot on VR can be difficult. If you don't find it, the images can be very blurry. Okay. How do you find the sweet spot? What's up with that? Reyes Jones, you're saying, hey, MBG, love the streams. Keep it up, mate. Well, thank you so much for that, Reyes. I'm glad you enjoy them. I'll keep doing them, man. Like I said, this community fuels the channel. They fuel me. We got a schedule going now. And I've noticed, I will say, I think this schedule's working out great because I noticed people are, you know, being able to show up. They like know when exactly the streams are happening, and because of that, they're showing up. So I love to see that. You're saying the software can help you dial it in? Okay. All right, yeah, I think I remember seeing something about that. Just move the headset until everything becomes clear. Be aware, though, that even though the headset is 4K, it will be noticeably blurrier than in real life. Okay. Interesting. Well, guys, listen. We are close to the 4-hour mark on the stream. I just want to say really quick, because I do have one other topic that we're going to discuss. Not for too long, but just something I want to close out the stream with. Another stream today, no joke, where especially because there's not a lot of news right now, I really was like, this is going to be a short stream, man. You know, like I got a schedule. I want to stick to that schedule. You know, it'll be a good time. Maybe it'll be short-lived, though. Really thought today at most would be like a 2-hour stream. But, you guys, I don't know, between the super chats and the membership gifting and the support and just the chat in general, you guys find a way to just get me going in these different directions. And I really appreciate it. I do. I don't know how you guys do it. I don't know. There's just a certain energy here. So, and a huge day on the channel for everything. Memberships, super chats, just general support. And I'll just say real quick, we still have over 270 people here, which is great. I mean, nearly 4 hours in. Hit that like button. We got one more topic I want to discuss, and that is 2023 PS5 games that we are excited for. A part of me is tempted to actually... Man, that was really loud. A part of me is tempted to replace this topic right now with something else on the fly, because I feel like this topic, I actually wanted to use this topic today because I thought I was not going to have enough to really talk about in terms of like news or other conversations. But as you can see, we are nearly 4 hours into the stream, and I did not like, the reason why I'm saying I think I might want to save this topic and retitle this stream is simply because I think this is a good topic that I want to flesh out thoroughly. Like, I don't want to rush through this topic and just randomly just list a bunch of games. I actually want to, I want this to be like a hour-long topic that we really dive deep into, because there's still so many games coming out this year. So I think I might actually reserve this topic for another stream coming up soon. But the only thing is, I don't know. I don't know what else to replace it with. And Fred Vance, as I'm saying that, Fred Vance just can't stop today, man. Fred Vance, Omen86, Corey, all you guys, Hellbound, you guys just keep going, man. He drops another 5 memberships, and that brings us up to 181. We're at 181 memberships on the day. That is insanity. Dude, 200 is an insane number for memberships in general, let alone on a single stream. And how are we only 19 away from that? How do you guys do it? I mean, really, thank you. Thank you so much, man. Carlos with another super chat saying, I played Horizon and hated it. I couldn't get into it. It just didn't blow me away. And for that price, I had to return it. Well, you know what, man? That's fair. That's Carlos. That's a totally fair reason, man. I mean, if you buy something for that price and it's just not doing what you wanted it to do, that's a great reason to return it. I'm not going to argue with that, And that's probably a wise decision on your part if obviously the money is important to you, right? And Omen86, really quick. Omen86 comes in with a super chat saying, wait for it. And then immediately after drops another 10 bomb. Omen86 just doing more heavy lifting for this community, man. He's doing more heavy lifting. Omen, dude, huge shout out to you. I mean, we have multiple MVPs today, man. We got Corey Landiga dropped, I think, 70 memberships, bro. He dropped a 50 bomb. He dropped 20. Omen86 is just constantly, like every 5 minutes, dropping a membership for people, which is incredible to see. And on top of that, he's dropping 10s, he's dropping 5s, he's dropping 20s. Hellbound 1981 is always there. Always there. Always there with 5, 10 bombs, 20 bombs. Exley 3000 coming in, flexing hard today. Dropping multiple bombs. Guys, it's incredible, man. That brings us up to 191 members. 191 members. Thanks to Omen's 10 bomb. What an incredible stream, man. What an incredible community. The generosity knows no bounds, man. It knows no bounds. Can't stop. Won't stop. And you're saying you think Fred was closer to 80. Dude, Fred I forget. There was a day where Fred was dropping membership gifts, and it was like he got pretty damn close to hitting some. I don't know if there was like a. I don't know if there is a limit at this point. I don't know. I think YouTube may have removed that, by the way, just so you know. I remember there was a day where I know Corey, I think, hit a limit, and Fred got very close to hitting a limit. But then we had that stream with Big MP, and he fucking, dude, he gifted like over 500 memberships, dude. And I think YouTube has gotten much more serious about memberships recently. And I think because of that, they actually removed a limit. They removed it. Like, I don't think there's a cap. But yeah, all you guys, Fred, Hellbound, Exley, Omen, Corey, anybody else who gifts, man, really, thank you guys so much. Saying it, Fred, you're saying it was 165 in one day. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. That's good stuff right there, man. Huge support. You're saying, dude, how does it feel to get this much positive energy? I mean, honestly, it's awesome, man. And yeah, Shems. Sorry, man. That's the thing. So many people gift. I try my best to keep track of everybody. And if I ever skip over your name, please do not be offended, man. It's just a great sign that there's so many people contributing. I'm already bad with names in the first place, but it's so hard to keep track of everyone because we constantly have new people coming in. You know, I remember who else was it today? There was somebody earlier. It was like their first time. I think it was their first time ever, like dropping 5 membership gifts. See if I can find him real quick. We had Shems and we had, where is he? Dreadful 83, right? Some new faces here today, dropping some membership gifts. Crazy stuff, man. You're asking me how does it feel to have such positivity? I mean, it's incredible, man. It is. It's genuinely life changing. It's life altering. It's, I mean, I know almost like every stream I kind of, have these like monologues or something, and I'm not trying to make it that, but just to keep it simple, it is genuinely uplifting and very humbling. It's very humbling. I try to be as grateful as I possibly can for the blessings here because that's what it is. Like this community, the people here, it's a blessing for me and my family and my life. And it's just, I never would have thought that, my passion for gaming would have been able to translate to something like this. And it's just crazy, man. It's never not shocking, like we've been doing this for, I don't know, a couple months. It's been more than a couple months. And you kind of just think like, oh, at some point, maybe you get like desensitized to it or you get used to it. But really, you kind of don't. At least I'm not, and what I mean by that is it's just never not humbling. It's never not surprising. And even a day like today, like, my whole thing is when I go into streams, my goal truly is I just look at it as we have a community here. There's an audience. There are people that are eager to show up and we're eager to talk games. They're here to listen to me, and we're going to talk about PlayStation mostly, but we'll talk about the gaming industry in general. And my only focus is to just try to deliver the best stream that I can for the people that are here because that's what they deserve, right? Like that's what you guys deserve. And there's always just that kind of added wild card factor, which is the most exciting thing about the streams is even though I go in with that, you wouldn't know it. And I know some people will not believe this when I say it, but I actually go in to my streams with what I believe to be some kind of plan. I have a plan, Arthur, for my streams. And no matter what my plan is, no matter what my focus is on, again, like the wild card factor and the funnest factor is you guys, just never knowing like what could happen, where things could go, how the stream could unfold. And it's awesome, man. It's I used to do Press X podcast, rip, every Sunday, and maybe I'll bring that name back. I don't know. It's hard to, like I said, it's hard to just stick with a podcast knowing that I stream like 3 days a week. And I just remember one day I was like, maybe I'll just start doing a couple more streams and see how people respond to it. And I was always nervous about doing that because I was always just kind of nervous. Like, I don't know that people are going to want that. I don't know that there's an audience for that. I know that I have an audience that gets excited to show up every Sunday and we do the weekly stream. But I feel like if I were to stream more than that, I just don't know. I was really unsure. I was very nervous, but I started doing a little bit, and I noticed that people responded very, very positively, like very quickly, where they were like, yes, like we want more streams. We love the streams. We like your videos, but we love the streams. And from that point, I was like, well, obviously there was a process, I'm sure you guys noticed, where I was trying to figure out, like, how do I balance this? I don't want to just convert my channel to just streaming. I feel like that's not fair to anybody. But I want to start doing more streams. And so, long story short, basically deciding to do more streams on the channel was the best decision I ever made on the channel. Because I just never realized that audience that would usually show up every Sunday and be excited for the podcast, like, that's the type of content that they love the most. And they really would like more of that. And I'm just, I'm glad you guys responded so positively to it, because I honestly would have probably never known. So it's great, man. Contrary to popular belief, MBG has a plan. Saying it's like being with bros. It is. It's cool, man. It's just so nice to have a group of people that, like, I don't look at it as you guys are here for me. I mean, I understand that, I'm creating the streams and putting them together and whatnot. But that's my job as a content creator. But what I notice, and what's always really cool and very, again, humbling, is I don't see everything as I'm, the streams usually go up about an hour before they go live. I don't see everything, but I try to check in when I can, and I see, community members coming in early, talking to one another, hanging out, just shooting the shit. And you could just tell, like, there's just a sense of, camaraderie here that, again, I never would have expected it, man. And it's very nice. It's very nice. So, yeah, we have a great community here. And yeah, I think this is where I'm going to put a pin in it today. I think this is where we'll end the stream. I just crossed the 4-hour mark. We're about 4 hours and 2.5 minutes. So another long stream. I should probably, I'm going to retitle this here. He's saying you're here for that rare moment when MVG takes his hat off. Who knows when that moment could come, man? You never know. You never know. I think I'm going to change the title of the stream from, I'm just going to remove that one topic that I'm going to save, and I'm going to switch it to PS. I'll do PSVR 2 expectations and discussion. I'll just do expectations. Keep it short. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Because we did talk. I don't know. Do you think that's you guys are saying I should take my hat off at 100K? Yeah, I mean, that seems like the logical thing to do, right? Saying about our love for PlayStation. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, man. I know, like, I know that there's like console war stuff and whatnot, but I was pretty serious earlier when I told you guys about how, like, I removed myself from the bubbles, from the vacuums, and in doing, all right, come on, boss, come up. Oh, boss is like, yo, I'm here. Let's go. Once I removed myself from those vacuums and those bubbles, those internet bubbles, it made me realize that, I have been console warring a lot. And I know that there are people who like that and they get entertainment value out of that. And I won't lie, sometimes I would play into that a bit. And the thing that I realized I kind of hated about it, and still do, and just the thing that made me realize that, I really got to get out of this bubble and reevaluate shit here, is that too often did it turn from this was supposed to be about your love for gaming. Now it's just adversarial. Now it's, this against this clash. And that's not to say that there won't ever be rants or anything or heated moments. Of course there will. Of course there will be. But I just, I just realized that I wanted to take a couple steps back and reevaluate how I'm conducting myself. Not because I think, it's like, oh, just, hey, man, watch your every move. Nothing like that. It's more along the lines of just asking myself, like, is this, what is your focus? What is the focus on right now? And, it's just, I realized that I've decided that I want to kind of shift that focus onto other things. And it's been beneficial, frankly, like I noticed like I've been enjoying gaming a lot more, like I don't know why. I mean, maybe it is just because I don't know. I just burst that bubble, man. I don't know how else to explain it, but it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Saying you want to see that 100K plaque on the wall, damn it. Yeah, I want to get that too, man. That'll be a great day. I look forward to that. And Carlos, you're saying it was the whole experience, not just the game. That's understandable, man. I get it. You're just saying the whole VR experience, it just wasn't for you. And that's fair. Like it's not gonna, I imagine something like VR is not going to be for everyone. No matter what, like no matter how great it is for some people, I imagine there just simply will be some people. It's not, it's not going to do it for them. Saying MBG has let the games do the talking. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's what it's about, man. It's about just focusing on that more than anything. And I don't know, man. Sometimes shit just would get so crazy and so out of hand. It just became miserable. And to me, that's not. I think that I just would get so wrapped up in stuff that I would fail to realize, like, I have to consider my own space here for the sake of my content, for the sake of my audience, where it's like, if I'm not doing right by me, like, that's not going to result in good things. Not for me, not for my audience here, not for this channel. And that's really what it came down to, is it's just like, oh, so took a couple steps back, reevaluated the landscape and reshifted my focus. So I hope you guys have noticed. I will tell you this. Ever since I've done that, I've noticed that there is a kind of renewed energy in the channel, specifically in the community. And I picked up on that, and it's been very nice. It's been very, very nice. And I'm hoping that we can take that and we can run with it, and we can grow that. You're saying the wars can be in good spirit, but too many take it too personally and run the adversarial competition. At the end of the day, we're fighting for business. Business is taking our money. Yeah, I mean, well, here's the thing that like. Of course, when you get so immersed in certain things, again, you tend to you're only seeing it through like one small tiny lens. But the reality is, there's just so much. It doesn't matter where you look. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. It doesn't matter where you are. If you want to find negativity, you'll find it very, very, very easily. But what people don't really tell you, or at least not as often as they should, is that the same goes for positivity, man. If you want positivity, if you want that, you can find it just as easily as you can negativity. And I think what a lot of people maybe don't realize is that it's really down to you as an individual. Like, what are you allowing yourself to gravitate towards? And in that, you have to naturally, you have to internalize. You have to look. You have to look within. Is what you got to do. You got to look within yourself and ask yourself, well, what's going on inside here? Because whatever's going on there, even if it could be on a subconscious level, whatever's going on there, that's what's leading you in that direction. That's why you're just naturally drawn to that direction. And that's why, that is what kind of caused me to reevaluate things, because I realized I was never drawn to gaming because of negativity, because of bad things that made me annoyed or angry or bothered. Actually, and I think it's safe to say pretty much everybody here, you were drawn to video games because of quite the opposite, because of good things. It made you feel good. It felt great and exciting. And I'm not saying, that's what it is all the time. I'm not saying that means you can't be critical. You can't ever be negative. No, nothing like that. There's a time and a place, but it's just things can get out of balance, They can get out of balance, and when that happens, you got to put the extra effort in to rebalance them and recalibrate them. So I recommend it, man. I do. I recommend it to everybody, because ever since I did that, man, I don't know. I've been enjoying gaming so much more. I genuinely mean that. Final Fantasy, I think, was kind of that was kind of the point where I'm I'm going to hit the reset button here a little bit. I gotta recalibrate, and I enjoyed the game so much more because of it. I'm enjoying Remnant 2. I'm looking for, I'm hoping I can enjoy Sekiro. I'm looking forward to PSVR 2, man. And there's just so much more coming down the line. So it's been great, man. It's been great. And I guess all this to say, that's my final topic, I guess. I don't know what you would call this topic. I'm sure Devil Shooter will figure out what to call it. But yeah, all this just to simply say that I hope you guys enjoy the stream. I hope you guys enjoy the content. I've been enjoying making it. I've actually, to be totally honest, I've been enjoying. I don't think there's ever been a time where I've enjoyed content creation this much. It can be tough in that, sometimes it can be tiring, more than I realize. I'm not saying, trust me, sitting here streaming, talking, I'm not out there working in grueling heat. Thankfully. I'm not saying this is grueling work, not at all. I'm just saying it can be mentally more draining than I realized. For example, when I'm done a long stream, dude, I don't know, I guess something in my brain needs to rest for a little bit, because my attention span, I'm just zoned out, bro. I cannot focus on anything for a good hour or two when I'm done streaming. I have to, my brain is just okay, we gotta cool down now. All right. You used your brain too much today, MBG. Too much brain power. Yeah, I gotta decompress a bit. Not a bad way. It's just normal, But I just noticed that I've been enjoying the content creation. I've just been enjoying it more than ever before. And I think it's just because there's just a newfound level of engagement, and almost, I don't know if I'll go as far as to say this, but maybe almost a new level of passion that I'm experiencing. I'm not who I was before, I'm not young anymore in terms of I'm not a kid, I'm not a teenager. There's a time and place with certain games and certain things, and it's just really, I actually had this weird thought earlier, and this will probably be the last thing I say, because I'm really just starting to go on now. But I was legitimately sitting here thinking to myself, we talk about a PS5 Pro coming next year, right? And we're pretty much halfway through. We're almost at the halfway point of this generation. And apparently, Sony's planning on bringing out a PlayStation 6 in the year 2028. That's what the documents have claimed. And I just realized, dude, I'm going to be 34 or 35 or something like that when the next PlayStation console comes out. I'm going to be pretty damn close to 40 fucking years old. And I don't know why that just fucking blew my mind. I don't know. It just got me thinking, how am I going to view video games as I reach that point in my life? How much differently am I going to view gaming at that time compared to how I view it now? Because I'll tell you, how I view video games now is way different than the way I viewed video games 6 or 7 years ago, even, right? I mean, it's a long time. 6 or 7 years is a long time. But also so much has changed in the industry since then. So it's just a weird thought, It's a weird thought. Saying you'll be knocking on 40. You'll enjoy the 10 to 12 hour distilled games. Bro, I'm 52. Stop with the I'm going to be old talk. Well, I don't mean, let me rephrase it. I don't feel like I'm going to be old. I don't mean to say I'm old because, I guess that's not old. I guess I just mean that I don't know, man. Just growing up, I've seen so many people grow out of video games, I've just seen so many people when they were younger, when they were in the teens, early adult, they're in the games, and then they grow out of them. And I the opposite happened to me. I grew more into them. And I guess I'm just I've just noticed that as each year goes by, I get more and more and more immersed in it. And I don't know. I guess I was just kind of wondering how far that's going to be taken. How much deeper into games am I going to be? Who knows? Probably have some kind of weird AI assistant or some shit in your games. If you're stuck on a trophy, just say, give the AI a name. Say, I don't know. Go get this trophy for me. Anyway, as you can tell, my brain is completely fried at this point, and I should probably just stop talking because yeah, I think I've said everything I could possibly say today. BG lets his biceps do the talking. All right, guys. I think, that's going to do it for the stream. I think I've went on long enough here. I'm just checking the chat real quick, seeing what you guys are saying, how you're reacting to my nonsense here. You can't wait for the gaming-centric old folks home. Damn, dude. Isn't it crazy to think that one day there's going to be 80 and 90-year-olds that will reminisce about playing Fortnite and GTA Online? Isn't that crazy to think, dude? That is so funny. And before we could head out here, Omen86, he's just got to keep the train going. He will not let it stop until it ends. He drops yet another membership gift, man. Dude, thank you so much, man. Omen, the support, again, dude, through the roof. You're saying the last one is for Josh and his positive energy. Well, there you go. There you go. That last membership dedicated to Josh. All right. That does it, guys. Almost a 4-hour and 20-minute podcast. So I got to do my outro here, and I'll try to keep it short. I know I go on really long. Thank you. Thank you, guys, for all the continued support. You made this stream one hell of a stream, man. August 1st. Great way to kick off the month, man. The support has just been nonstop, and I'm at a loss of words at this point for this community. But for those of you who continue to support my content, who continue to show immense support for this channel and the community here, you know who you are. Pat yourselves on the back, because you guys are just getting things, not only keep it going, but you're helping it reach new heights. So for that, I am forever grateful, and I thank you guys. A big shout out to everybody who donated a super chat as well. We had some great we always have great super chats, and because of that, we went into some different directions over the course of the stream, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, look, I'm the one sitting here basically talking for hours. I have to thank you guys. I realize I don't thank you guys enough for listening to what I have to say. Isn't it crazy that I've had so many streams, so many hours of just talking, and I feel like I have very rarely actually thanked you guys for listening to me. So thank you for hearing me out, and thank you for being part of this conversation and engaging with it. And I also want to give a big shout out to Devil Shooter. Again, he does a great job with the timestamps. The community definitely relies on them and is very thankful for them. So if you happen to see Devil Shooter in the comments section with his timestamps, give him a big thank you. Show him some love. Sure, he'd appreciate that. And yeah, I'll just ask one last time, guys, as you head out today, just hit that like button. We're actually over 300 likes. I think we could certainly get to 350. And that does it. So yeah, tomorrow I will have hopefully another video coming out should be released at 3 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And then the next stream should be on Thursday. Same time, same place, 12 p.m. Eastern. And I hope to see you guys again here. And who knows what the hell we'll be talking about, because you never know with these streams. But that does it. I'm going to go probably eat something and decompress, as it were. So I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their day. And that does it. Until the next time, guys, take care.